Chapter 306. Under Yao Huayuan's lead. Yi Chen arrived at the Spiritual Medicine Mountain's forbidden area. The so-called forbidden area was actually a small palace that was built on its own. There were 4 old men guarding the entrance of the palace. Yi Chen scanned with his divine consciousness and realized that the 4 old men had a powerful cultivation base. They seemed to be on peak stage Dao entry. Such people would be bosses if they were outside. However, they were guarding the medicine pavilion now. Judging by that, it was no wonder that the Spiritual Medicine Mountain had such a high position in China. Mr. Yi, these 4 are the Spiritual Medicine Mountain's guardian elders. Each of them has a key. To open the palace's door, you'll need my key and theirs, Yao Huayuan introduced while shaking. Yao Huayuan introduced with a trembling voice. Then he took out his key and ordered, "Old Qi, please open the door of the medicine pavilion." The person called Old Qi was an old man in gray robes. He glanced at Yi Chen in fear and subsequently nodded at the other 3. They inserted their keys into the lock of the palace's door. The 5 keys rotated according to the 5 elements. Kacha! The door opened. Just when Yi Chen was going in, Old Qi suddenly asked, "Mr. Yi, I wonder what you're going to do with my Spiritual Medicine Mountain." "I'll only take what I need. I won't touch the rest. You guys will take care of it," Yi Chen said while chuckling softly. He knew that the few of them were worried that he would take away all the things that they had collected for hundreds of years. If he were in the cultivation world, Yi Chen would definitely do that without hesitation. However, he was on Earth now, where resources were limited. Moreover, Yao Huayuan had surrendered to him, so it was unnecessary. Old Qi nodded lightly and retreated aside. Yao Huayuan smiled awkwardly. "Please, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen nodded and walked into the palace first. A small enclosed space that was approximately 100 square meters came into his sight. There were rows of wooden shelves with many things placed in an orderly manner on them. Su Yuhan said in shock, "There are so many things." "This is my Spiritual Medicine Mountain's medicine pavilion. It's been here for hundreds of years. Our ancestor said that we can't open the medicine pavilion unless we have to." Yao Huayuan looked bitter. Hundreds of years of savings now belonged to Yi Chen. He could not smile. Yi Chen scanned with his divine consciousness and looked through all the so-called treasures. Although he was mentally prepared, there was still a hint of joy between his brows. 100-year-old sky thunder bamboo. It is reputed to be one of the 3 great divine woods. It can release a faint golden divine devilbane thunder, which is specialized in breaking through ghost Dao techniques. He immediately walked over and carefully examined the chopstick-length heaven thunder bamboo in his hand. Puchi! A faint golden bolt of lightning erupted from the heaven thunder bamboo, accompanied by a burst of crackling electric arcs. Seeing this scene, Yao Huayuan and Yao Bingyue were shocked. Clearly, they did not expect that the thing that they had kept for hundreds of years and that they had not been able to figure out would undergo such a huge change in Yi Chen's hands. "Big brother, is this sky thunder bamboo?" Yi Wushuang asked from the side. His great thunder sword came from Luoyang's Ning family. The Ning family's ancestors were a weaponsmithing family. They had unintentionally obtained a piece of heaven thunder bamboo, which was why they were able to forge the great thunder sword. "Not bad." Yi Chen smiled calmly and subsequently said while frowning, "But it's too young." What a pity. Although he said that, he wasn't disappointed at all because he still had the immortal drift bottle. He could use the immortal drift bottle to mature the heaven lightning bamboo and make it grow from 100 years to 500 years, or even 1,000 years. As Yao Huayuan and Yao Bingyue watched in pain, Yi Chen put the heaven thunder bamboo away into his storage ring and looked around again. 1,000-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old knotweed. There were a total of 8,000-year-old herbs in the Spiritual Medicine Mountain's medicine pavilion. They were well preserved. Yi Chen secretly nodded. It seemed like the Spiritual Medicine Mountain understood that spiritual herbs had to be harvested after 1,000 years. They could not be cultivated anymore. This was because all living things had spirits, especially plants. When they reached a certain age, they would develop spiritual intelligence. When they realized that their fate was to be captured and used as medicine, they would run away. At that time, the losses would be great. Yi Qin did not take the few thousand-year-old herbs, as they were not of much help to him. They were all mortal-grade herbs, so he might as well leave them to the spiritual medicine mountain. Yao Huayuan and Yao Bingyue were relieved to see that. To them, the few thousand-year-old herbs were no different from the spiritual medicine mountain's lifeline. Subsequently, Yi Qin walked out of the medicine pavilion after putting away some things that were useful to him. Yao Huayuan arranged a place for them to stay immediately. "Daddy, I want to go play." The little Meng Meng carried the patriarch of hell and chased away the butterflies and bees that were flying around outside. "Go, but don't go too far." Yi Qin kissed his daughter. The little girl ran out while carrying the patriarch of hell in joy. "I'll watch over her." Su Yuhan followed, feeling a little worried. At that moment, Yi Qin, Yi Wushuang, and Yao Huayuan were the only ones left in the house. Yi Qin glanced at Yao Huayuan and said all of a sudden, "Show me your Master Destruction Saber." When Yao Huayuan took out the Master Destruction Saber and swung the Saber Chi earlier, Yi Qin noticed that there was another aura in the Saber Chi. Connecting it to what Yao Huayuan had said before about many of the spiritual medicine mountain's Mount Masters killing martial Dao Masters with the saber, Yi Qin could not help but be interested. Yao Huayuan did not suspect anything. He handed the rusty Master Destruction Saber to Yi Qin immediately and walked out after closing the door. "Brother, there's something wrong with this saber," Yi Wushuang said in his deep voice. "You notice that too?" Yi Qin glanced at him and then took a good look at the saber. However, he did not see anything out of the ordinary. He thought about it and covered the entire saber with his divine consciousness. He instantly felt a strange, spiritual wave that made him dizzy. In the next second, the scene before him changed. He saw an old silhouette standing on a mountain that was tens of thousands of meters tall. He was holding a saber in his hand, and he stood still as if he had turned into a stone. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and lifted his head to look at the sky. An extremely powerful saber intent was released from his body, and the saber in his hand could not stop shaking. This man was trying to pull the saber out of the sky. At that moment, he seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and looked straight at Yi Qin. "I, the Heaven Saber, have killed my brothers, my parents, and my wife. I've killed everyone in the world. Who are you? How did it appear in my world? Could you be the Heaven Tao?" Slash! He shouted as soon as he was done speaking. A saber chi that could destroy everything tore through the air and slashed at Yi Qin. If a regular person were to witness that, they would definitely stand on their feet. However, Yi Qin scoffed. "How dare a mere remnant saber intent act so arrogantly before me?" Chapter 307. Break it. Yi Qin activated his divine consciousness. His divine consciousness consolidated a golden longsword that was over 30 meters long in that space. The golden sword stirred a terrifying sword chi. It was like a roaring golden dragon as it slashed at the saber chi that was coming at him directly. Bang! The saber chi was crushed directly when it collided with the sword chi. The sword chi did not slow down at all and killed the old man with a single slash. Bang! The vast space was destroyed all of a sudden. Yi Qin only snapped back to his senses after taking 2 steps back. Yi Wushuang went over to hold him immediately. He asked in worry, "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yi Qin shook his head and looked at the Master Destruction Saber again. He said, "I was right. There's some spiritual power left in this saber. Moreover, it's Saber Tao." Saber Tao? Could it be left behind by the saber's original owner? Yi Wushuang asked. "It should be." Yi Qin took a deep breath in and said, "Guess what I saw in his Saber Tao?" He called himself Heaven Saber. He killed his brothers, his parents, and his wife to prove himself. He even tried to draw his saber at the sky. What happened after that? Yi Wuxiang looked serious. Later on, this person's saber intent actually discovered my divine sense and slashed at me. However, I broke it and neutralized the saber intent. Yi Qin said in his deep voice, "This man's saber Dao is extremely powerful. Moreover, it was a battle of spiritual power. Moreover, it was in his saber Dao world. If my divine consciousness wasn't materialized at the critical moment, he might have destroyed a sliver of my divine consciousness." Speaking to this point, Yi Chen's expression seemed rather serious. Although his body was invincible, his divine consciousness and cultivation base were not impressive. He would have to pay a price to materialize his divine consciousness. If that's the case, the original owner of this saber might have achieved supreme saber Dao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to draw his saber at the sky. Yi Wuxiang said coldly, "Brother, here's the question. How did this saber appear on the spiritual medicine mountain?" That means that there's something wrong with the spiritual medicine mountain. Yi Chen's eyes flickered a few times. Subsequently, he summoned Yao Huayuan and asked directly while pointing at the Master Destruction Saber, "Where did you guys get this saber?" According to the ancestral scripture, it's the item that the second founding ancestor of the spiritual medicine mountain had, Yao Huayuan said weakly. "Second founding ancestor?" Yi Qin frowned. "Does your so-called second-generation founding ancestor know saber techniques? Could it be that the old man in the illusion was him?" He could not help but guess. "No." However, Yao Huayuan shook his head and said with certainty, "The second-generation founding ancestor doesn't know any saber techniques. He doesn't even know how to cultivate, much less alchemy." Yi Chen's interest was piqued. "I'm curious, how did he become the master of the spiritual medicine mountain if he doesn't know anything?" Even Yi Wuxiang could not help but look at Yao Huayuan. Yao Huayuan paused and said, "It's said that the second-generation founding ancestor had a younger brother who used saber techniques. He was extremely talented, and the second-generation founding ancestor became the master of the spiritual medicine mountain because of him. However, that man rebelled. Nobody knows what happened to him, but he killed the second-generation founding ancestor, his parents, and his wife." Yao Huayuan looked rather unnatural as he spoke to this point. The incident was related to the spiritual medicine mountain secret. Only the master of each generation had the right to know about it. Yi Qin said, "What happened then?" Yao Huayuan said slowly, "It caused a huge commotion back then. The Martial Alliance issued a kill order to hunt him down, but he killed all of them. Later on, the chief of the Martial Alliance fought him personally, but he still killed him with a swing of his saber. The entire martial Dao world was in a panic back then. Nobody was his match. He went missing later on. Some said that he was killed by a hidden expert, while some said that they saw him being killed by lightning with their own eyes. Some said that he became a monk." Yi Qin asked him to leave upon hearing that. Yi Qin asked him to leave after seeing that he really did not know anything else. He then looked at Yi Wuxiang and said, "Clearly this person disappeared because of Xiang Tian. So is he dead?" Yi Wuxiang asked. "It's hard to say." Yi Qin shook his head lightly and said, "This man drew his saber at the sky, so he'll be punished by heaven. Theoretically, he'll definitely die. However, his saber intent is left behind. He even has a consciousness, so he doesn't look like he's dead. Brother, if this man isn't dead, and you meet him in the future." Yi Wuxiang said while raising his brows slightly. Yi Qin understood what he meant. That man was from the spiritual medicine mountain, no matter what. Now that he had occupied the spiritual medicine mountain, he was on the opposite side of him. Moreover, he had broken his saber intent earlier, so there was no doubt that they were mortal enemies. Yi Qin chuckled softly as he thought to this point. "It doesn't matter even if he's not dead. His saber can't kill me, but my sword can. I hope he's not dead. If that's the case, I can compete with him to see if his saber or my sword is more powerful. Yi Wushuang's battle intent was high. As he was speaking, the Patriarch of Hell's voice came into Yi Chen's head through voice transmission. Master, there's a big discovery. Come here now. The Patriarch sounded rather excited. Let's go and take a look. Yi Chen said to Yi Wushuang and put the Master Destruction's saber away. He then ran out as the wind blew under his feet. Mommy, come and catch up to me. Meng Meng, slow down. You can't catch up to me, la la la, on a barren slope at the back of the spiritual medicine mountain. Meng Meng was playing hide-and-seek with Su Yuhan among the oil flowers on the mountain. Her bell-like laughter spread far and wide. A black puppy was lying before a stone wall at the moment. Its eyes were filled with excitement as it looked at the stone wall. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that there was a faint hurricane flashing on the stone wall. There was a faint tunnel in the hurricane, a spatial tear. Never had he thought that there would be a spatial tear in a sh*T2Y place like the spiritual medicine mountain. The Patriarch of Hell was cramping from laughing. Since there's a spatial tear, doesn't that mean that I can return to the cultivation world through the tear? The Patriarch was laughing and crying at the same time. God has mercy on me. I've had enough of this stupid place. I'm going back to look for Sister Fairy. We'll talk through the night. I don't want to be ordered around like a dog anymore. Little Yezi, I clearly remember everything you've done to me. Your ancestor, for that matter. Not only did you give me such an awful name like Cutie, but you even fed me dog food. You even stopped me from doing a great job. The Patriarch of Hell could not stop rolling his eyes. He secretly thought about how he should persuade Yi Chen to return to the cultivation world through the spatial tear with him. That's right. When I return to the cultivation world, I'll find a sect of female cultivators and rape up to 1,000 female cultivators. After I recover my cultivation base, I'll beat Xiao Yezi until he calls me daddy. However, I must bring a few bags of dog food with me before I leave. At that moment, two figures ran over quickly. They were Yi Chen and Yi Wushuang. Yi Chen looked at the stone wall next to him by instinct. His expression froze immediately. A spatial tear! That's right, the Patriarch of Hell replied immediately. He then crossed his legs and stood like a human. He crossed his front paws before his chest and looked at Yi Chen arrogantly while swinging his legs. Xiao Yezi, your opportunity is here. Come back to the cultivation world with me. I'll forgive you for what you've done to me before. However, the prerequisite is that you have to remove the master-servant contract between me and your daughter. Then, kneel and beg me to take you in as my follower. Chapter 308. Yi Chen saw the Patriarch of Hell strolling with his arms on his waist while looking at him arrogantly. Yi Chen was stunned. Xiao Yezi, what are you waiting for? The Patriarch of Hell was pissed. Kneel before me now. You must know that I was a tribulation almighty in the past. I'll protect you when you return to the cultivation world with me. Are you rebelling? The corner of Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. This dog has become arrogant recently. How dare he yell at me? That's right, I'm rebelling. The Patriarch of Hell wagged his tail and said hatefully, To tell you the truth, I've had enough of you. I'm a tribulation old monster, not a dog. How dare you feed me dog food? Forget it, the problem is that it's expired dog food. Boring. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and walked to the stone wall. The Patriarch of Hell was enraged. The old ancestor of the netherworld was furious. Little Yezi, do you understand dog language? Bah, it's human language. Yi Chen ignored him and lifted his eyes to look at the spatial tear inside. He could not help but frown. Why is there a spatial tear here? Damn it, I am going to kill you. The Patriarch of Hell charged at Yi Chen while clenching his teeth. However, Yi Chen's cold gaze and the great thunder sword in Wushuang's hand responded. The elder ancestor shuddered and immediately became terrified. Master, I was wrong. That was what he said. But in its heart it was furious. Xiao Yezi, just you wait. When I return to the cultivation world and recover my tribulation cultivation base, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. What did you do wrong? Yi Qin walked toward him step by step. Oh no, this devil is angry. The patriarch's heart skipped a beat. He said, while smiling immediately, Cutie, I shouldn't have said those things to you, Master. I was actually joking with you. Roar. Master, be gentle, be gentle. A moment later, the patriarch was sent flying with a slap. The little girl, who was playing in the bushes, lifted her head to look at the sky. She saw a dog flapping its paws in the air. Eventually, it hit the ground hard. Mommy, Cutie flew. The little girl screamed. Yi Qin said with a forced smile after the patriarch ran back. Are you trying to return to the cultivation world through this spatial rift? I don't dare. The patriarch immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. Master, you are tall, mighty, brave, extraordinary, dignified, unparalleled, talented, loved by everyone. How could but face bear to leave you? Yi Chan smiled coldly and said, Just say it if you want to go back. But let me ask you, can you resist the void rift? Patriarch Yellow Spring was stunned. That seems to be the case. The patriarch was attached to a dog nearby. If he really entered the void crack, he would probably turn into ashes in an instant. Yi Qin said again, How do you know that the cultivation world is at the end of the spatial tear? Even if you can return to the cultivation world, how can you be sure that you can return to the original cultivation world? What will you do if you transmigrate to a lower plane than Earth? Patriarch Yellow Spring was completely dumbfounded. Yi Qin said again, Also, do you have an instant fixing compass? The so-called instant fixing compass was a magic tool that could locate coordinates and guide directions. It was not easy to refine one. Plop! The Patriarch Yellow Spring fell onto the ground as if he had lost his parents. He was heartbroken. Master, you're right. I was wrong. Don't worry, I'll definitely stay by your side. How did you find this spatial tear? Yi Chen turned around and asked while looking at the stone wall. The patriarch sobbed and said, When I came out earlier, I suddenly felt the need to pee, so I wanted to pee here. I found a faint formation wave on the stone wall. I found it after I dispelled it. He was a tribulation almighty in his past life after all. Naturally, he was skilled in formations. Now that he had a mastery stage spirit assembly cultivation base, it was a piece of cake for him to dispel an illusory formation. But why is there a spatial tear here? It seems like it's been here for a long time. Someone even set up an illusory formation to hide it. Yi Chen frowned slightly. The Patriarch Yellow Spring said by instinct, Master, do you think it's possible that someone from the cultivation world transmigrated to this world by accident and broke the space here? Yi Qin and Yi Wushuang's expressions froze when they heard that. The first thing that came to their minds was that someone from the immortal world had come. Moreover, it was someone sent by Yi Chen's traitorous disciple. However, Yi Chen subsequently shook his head and said while smiling, That's impossible. Since even you can break this formation, the person's cultivation base naturally can't be that high. His formation cultivation base isn't high either. In that case, it's impossible for him to survive in the spatial tear. The Patriarch Yellow Spring thought about it and agreed with him. Brother, in my opinion, since this spatial tear appeared in the spiritual medicine mountain, it must be related to the spiritual medicine mountain, Yi Wushuang said. Yi Qin could not help but squint. The spiritual medicine mountain. There were so many secrets here. First, there was the master destruction saber that contained saber intent. Now, there was this spatial tear that someone had hidden. Since that's the case, that old man, Yao Huayuan, must know about it. Master, just you wait. I'll get Cutie for you to interrogate him right away. The Patriarch Yellow Spring expressed his loyalty immediately. No need. Yi Chen stopped him. Yao Huayuan doesn't have much time left. With your attitude, he'll be scared to death. I'll ask him myself later. But I don't think he knows anything. He could not help but turn around to look at the spatial tear on the stone wall as he spoke to this point. Before that, we must seal the spatial tear. He had to seal it. Indeed, there were many strange things in the sky. As soon as they entered this world through the tear, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Subsequently, Yi Chan got Yi Wushuang to get some refining materials from Yao Huayuan. He refined 2 sets of formations. One was to seal the spatial tear, while the other was a high-level illusion formation. The purpose of that was to prevent outsiders from discovering it. After he was done, he nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Meng Meng ran over while staggering. She leaped into Yi Chen's embrace and said, "Daddy, let's play hide-and-seek, okay?" "Don't you have Mommy to play with you?" Yi Chen squatted down and touched the flower bud on her head. He then looked at Su Yuhan, who was far away. "Mommy's too dumb. I can't even find Meng Meng," the little girl said in disdain. Su Yuhan's face flushed upon hearing that. She walked over and glared at her angrily. "Who are you calling dumb? Mommy's not dumb. She's just not smart enough," the little girl said in all seriousness. Su Yuhan vented her anger on Yi Chen. "Look at what kind of daughter you've raised. She's starting to criticize me, her mother." Yi Chen was speechless. Just when he was going to speak, his phone rang. He picked it up and realized that it was a number from the northeast. He picked it up after some hesitation. Before he could speak, a voice that sounded like it was about to cry came from the phone. "Oldie, help!" "Who are you?" Yi Chen failed to react at that moment. "It's me, Yang Tian. F*CKU. You've screwed me over." Chapter 309. After the battle between Yi Chen and Northern Devil Jiang in Zhongbei back then, Yang Tian wanted to walk on Yi Chen's path. However, Yi Chen thought that Yang Tian was not mature enough back then. He felt that bringing him to the cultivation path would harm him instead. However, he could not reject Yang Tian, so he came up with a problem. Within 3 months, Yang Tian had to walk from Zhongbei to Changbai Mountain in the northeast and return. During that period, Yang Tian could not spend money to take a car or a plane. It was impossible for a regular person to complete the journey within 3 months. However, Yang Tian agreed to it anyway. Looking at it now, it had been 2 months since he left. If not for the phone call, Yi Chen would not have recalled it at that moment. He was stunned when he heard that it was Yang Tian on the phone. Yi Chen was stunned. He said in between tears and laughter, "Oh, it's you. What happened? Where are you now?" "I'm at Gourd Island now, but I'm dying." Yi Chen looked serious upon hearing that. Yi Chen's expression turned serious. He looked at Su Yuhan and the rest before him and asked, "What exactly happened? Tell me slowly. I can't tell you everything in a short time. I offended the Cumaxian. He did something to my body and said that he'll kill me within 7 days." There was fear in Yang Tian's voice. What happened to him in the past 2 months was enough to write a book called Journey to the West, the first edition. Yi Chen said in his deep voice, "Where exactly are you now? Also, whose phone did you use to call me?" "I'm at a friend's house. My phone belongs to her too." Yang Tian was on the verge of tears as he said, "Oldie, you have to save me. If you hadn't instigated me to come all the way to the northeast, I wouldn't have provoked Chu Misian. Also, Lil Hao is your godson. You can't. Calm down." Yi Chen took a deep breath in and comforted him. "Send me your exact location. I'll be there right away. Remember to keep in touch with me." Yang Tian hung up the phone after telling him the location. "What happened?" Su Yuhan could not help but ask. Yi Chen looked at her and sighed softly. "You know Yang Tian, don't you?" Su Yuhan nodded lightly and said while smiling, "I know. Wasn't he the one who spread the news when we were dating in university? I remember you guys were close back then." Yi Chen told her about what happened to Yang Tian earlier. He then said, "Yang Tian has offended a Chuma immortal in Liao province. Judging from his tone, I'm afraid it's going to be a big problem, so I can't just ignore it. N. Su Yuhan nodded and said considerately, I know. It's fine. Go ahead. I'll bring Meng Meng back to Tianan first. I'll wait for you at home. Yuhan, I'm sorry. Yi Chen could not help but grab her little hands. He said rather guiltily, I promised you that I'd marry you in Tianan after I'm done with the Ghostwriter sect. I kept putting it off. Fool. She was not used to his sudden flirting. She said angrily, It doesn't matter if we do it sooner or later. Go, save Yang Tian first. Nothing must happen to him. Daddy, I want to go with you, Meng Meng said in a clingy manner while hugging Yi Chen's neck. Meng Meng, be good. You can't go. Su Yuhan said with a straight face, I'm going to save your Uncle Yang Tian, not to go sightseeing. Are you going to see Grandpa and Grandma with me? Don't you miss Grandpa and Grandma? Don't you want to be with me? The little girl was a little conflicted to hear that. But I really want to be with Daddy. Uft. Yi Chen could not help but laugh out loud. He kissed her little cheeks and said, Listen to me. I won't bring you with me this time. Go home with me and wait for me at home. I'll bring you lots of delicious food. The little girl's eyes lit up as soon as she heard about food. She was so happy that she revealed her little canine teeth. Sure, Daddy. Remember what you said. You'll bring me lots of delicious food. Brother, I'll go with you, Yi Wushuang said. No need. Yi Chen shook his head. Wushuang, go back to Tianan with your sister-in-law this time. Remember, your mission is to protect your sister-in-law and niece. Yi Wushuang hesitated to speak, but he eventually agreed to it. They returned to their residence. Yi Chen took out his phone and called Old Chin while Su Yuhan was carrying Ming Ming to dinner. Yo, little Yi, this is your first time calling me. Old Chin was rather surprised. Yi Chan went straight to the point. Old Chin, I wonder if you know anything about the northeastern Chuma immortals. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Subsequently, Old Chen's hoarse voice came. Why are you asking about that all of a sudden? A friend of mine offended the Chuma immortals. Yi Chen said. Old Chen hesitated and said, Forget it. I know your character. It's not realistic to ask you to let it go. I can't explain it over the phone. I'll get someone to compile some information and send it to your email later. Sure, thanks. Yi Chen hung up the phone. Soon he received an email. He opened it and saw that it was information about the Chuma immortals. As the name suggested, Chuma immortals were immortals who chased horses. Immortals were usually animals with a certain level of cultivation. Such a profession mainly came from the northeast. Together with Mao Shan in the south, they were called Mao in the south and Ma in the north. Due to the dense forests in the northeast, there were many old forests. Naturally, there would be many beings with intelligence in the deep forests. Meanwhile, immortals were mostly from the five immortals, namely Hu Huang, Bai Willow, and Hui. Among them, Hu was a fox, Huang was a weasel, Bai was a hedgehog, Lu was a snake, and Hui was a rat. However, those who wanted to go against nature would always be envied by the heavens, especially animals. They would have to go through many trials on their cultivation journey, such as the boy barrier, the horse barrier, and so on. After these beings cultivated to a certain level, they would enter the world to do good deeds, to accumulate merit, or to accelerate their cultivation speed to avoid the heavenly tribulation. For example, they would treat illnesses, communicate with yin and yang, help people ask for rice, exorcise evil spirits, and so on. The way they entered the world to do good deeds was called Chuma. In the north, it was called carrying a pole and holding the incense stick. In the south, it was called coming out of the shell, sitting down and putting down the table. As these immortals could not transform into humans, they would usually choose someone to be their incense boy. That was why these incense boys were called Chuma disciples. After the Chuma disciples were done, the immortals would possess their bodies and use their bodies to do good deeds. There were 4 major immortal clans. Among the clans, the Golden Flower Cult Master, the Silver Flower Cult Master, the Tongtian Cult Master, Great-Grandmother Husan, and Great-Grandfather Husan were the most famous. They were responsible for leading all the Chuma immortals in the world. At this point, Yi Qin could not help but frown. Theoretically, the Chuma immortals were people who were active in doing good deeds. Why did Yang Tian offend them? Moreover, the so-called immortal was going to kill him within 7 days. Chapter 310. After studying the Cumaxian's information, Yi Qin could not figure it out. Yi Chen could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He tried calling Yang Tian directly, but nobody picked up. His heart could not help but sink. At that moment, Old Chen called and asked directly, "Little Yi, are you sure you're going to the northeast?" "That's right," Yi Chen said. He had to go to the northeast. Yang Tian was his brother, so he could not stand aside. Old Chen said while smiling, "Coincidentally, the country has a geographical expedition team that's going too. Why don't you guys go together?" "An expedition team?" Yi Chen frowned. "Old Chen, I have something important to attend to in the northeast this time. I'm afraid I can't bring anyone. Don't reject it just yet." Old Chen said, "There's a northeasterner in the expedition team. He's proficient in the local shaman language, and the Cumaxian is a continuation of the shaman religion. It might be helpful to you if you bring him along." "Sure, get them to wait for me. I'll return to Beijing immediately," Yi Chen agreed after thinking about it for a while. That afternoon, Yi Chen left the spiritual medicine mountain with Su Yuhan, his daughter, and Yi Wushuang. However, before he left, he fixed the spiritual medicine mountain's protective formation and brought the giant medicine man with him. They headed straight to the provincial city in the off-road vehicle. This time, Su Yuhan sat in the passenger seat while carrying Meng Meng. She looked at the medicine man in the bamboo hut behind her in slight fear and asked in confusion, "Yi Chen, why did you bring this big guy along?" She had seen how powerful the medicine man was before. Moreover, the medicine man was tall, so she dared not sit next to him by instinct. "This is a puppet. It's very powerful. It's perfect as a fighter," Yi Chen said while smiling while driving. The medicine man had the cultivation base of a martial Tao master. Although he had no consciousness, it did not affect his combat strength at all. He did not have human emotions and desires. Yi Chen had almost crippled him earlier. Later on, he repaired him on the spiritual medicine mountain and refined him again. Now he was completely obedient to him. Initially, he planned to leave the medicine man with Su Yuhan as her bodyguard. However, judging from Su Yuhan's reaction, she probably did not like him, so he kept him. Su Yuhan nodded and said, while pursing her red lips, "So, how long will it take for you to come back from the northeast?" 7 or 8 days. Yi Chen chuckled softly. "Don't worry. I'll rush back as soon as I'm done with Yang Tian. You can wash up and wait for me at home." "Go to hell. You're not serious at all." Su Yuhan blushed and slapped him angrily. Yi Chen's driving speed was very fast. It only took him about 3 hours to get from Longnan to Guangzhou's provincial capital. He bought plane tickets for Su Yuhan, her daughter, and Yi Wushuang personally. Yi Chen called out to Su Yuhan before they parted. He opened his arms and said shamelessly, "Your husband, I, will be away for a few days. Can't you give me something to remember before we part?" How could Su Yuhan not understand what he meant? She blushed and walked over to kiss Yi Chen's cheek after some hesitation. She said while clenching her teeth, "Are you happy now you be *****? "Yes, I'm very satisfied." "Don't worry, I definitely won't wipe it off," Yi Chen said with a smile as he touched the lipstick mark on his face. "Daddy, I want a kiss too." Meng Meng ran over and kissed Yi Chen's cheek too. Yi Wushuang, who was far away, looked rather unnatural as he mumbled, "Is this dog food?" After sending them on the plane, Yi Chen put the jeep away into his storage ring while no one was paying attention. He rode on a sword gleam and headed to Beijing with the medicine man at the same time. Beijing, at the entrance of the Yenshan Geographical Survey Agency. An SUV was parked by the roadside. There was a pretty lady with a cold aura sitting in the passenger seat. She wore a pair of black-framed glasses and was approximately 27 or 28 years old. The lady was Di Jing. She graduated from the University of London with a double doctorate in geography, human, and nature. She was currently a professor at a famous geographical survey agency in the country. However, impatience was written all over her face at the moment. Meanwhile, there was an old man in hiking attire sitting next to her. The old man had white hair on his temples, but he looked energetic. At that moment, a tall, young man in black martial arts attire walked out of the agency. He asked after checking the time, "Di Jing, is that person not here yet?" "No." Di Jing frowned slightly. The tall, young man frowned upon hearing that. The tall young man frowned, feeling rather upset. Subsequently, he looked at the old man in hiking attire next to him. "Old Shin, is the person you mentioned coming or not? It's already 5 p.m. Don't delay our departure. Dai Wei, let's wait a little longer." The old man in hiking attire named Old Shin took a puff of his pipe and chuckled. "We still have to wait? It's going to be dark soon." Dai Wei was getting more and more annoyed. What exactly is the higher-ups thinking? Are they sending someone here at the last minute to drag us down? All right, Dai Wei, stop complaining. There's nothing Old Shin can do since such a person is here all of a sudden, Di Jing said rather irritably. They were going to Gourd Island's Thunder Valley for an inspection because there was an unsolved mystery in the valley. It was said that thunder would rumble in the valley when the weather was calm. Moreover, when it rained, the concave pebbles on the Thunder Valley's ground would form the water curtain cave wonder. They had been preparing for that for a few months. Just when they were about to depart, the higher-ups suddenly told them that someone was going to Gourd Island too. They even got them to welcome him. The annoyance in her grew as she thought to this point. Dai Wei looked at Di Jing's voluptuous body with a burning desire. He explained while smiling, "Di Jing, I'm not complaining. I'm just a little annoyed. Isn't he dragging us down by bringing a burden?" Old Shin, who had been smoking, paused and said, "That mystery isn't a burden. I heard from the higher-ups that he's quite capable. They even asked us to listen to his advice along the way." "You're pretty capable. Don't tell me that he's also an experienced geography expert?" Di Jing looked at Old Shin by instinct. She could accept it if that was the case. Old Shin shook his head. "I don't think so. I heard that this Mr. Yi is very young. He looks like he's in his 30s. Pfft. Dai Wei scoffed before he was done speaking. How dare he say that he's capable when he's not even 30? Let's not talk about Di Jing and I. Among everyone here, Old Shin is the most experienced and knowledgeable. Why should he listen to that brat? There was something that he did not say. He would be the first to be upset. Di Jing shook her head lightly. She was disappointed. It seemed like it was another person with connections who came out of nowhere. He must be following them to gain experience. At that moment, a calm voice came. "I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting." Chapter 311. I'm sorry to have kept you guys waiting. Di Jing, Dai Wei, and the rest looked over by instinct. Di Jing, Dai Wei, and the rest subconsciously looked over and saw a skinny young man walking over. The young man's facial features were ordinary, and his clothes were ordinary. Meanwhile, there was a man who was over 8 meters tall following behind him. However, they could not see his face because he was wearing a bamboo hat. At that moment, Di Jing and Dai Wei were stunned. Is he the one we're waiting for? Old Shin got out of the car immediately and greeted him while smiling. May I know if you're Mr. Yi? Yi Chen nodded and smiled apologetically. You must be Old Shin. I'm sorry. I ran into something on the way here, so I was delayed. Don't worry about it. Old Shin waved and led Yi Chen over in a friendly manner. He pointed at Di Jing and Dai Wei and introduced, Mr. Yi, let me introduce you. This is the beauty of our team, Di Jing. She's also an expert. Old Shin even joked as he spoke to this point. Don't underestimate her just because she's a girl. Di Jing has a double doctorate. Hi, I'm Di Jing. Di Jing nodded calmly. However, The disappointment inside of her was growing. Before this, she thought Yi Chen was some rich kid who was here to gain experience. However, now that they had met, she felt that Yi Chen did not look like a rich kid at all. He was as ordinary as he could be. Sigh. What exactly are the higher-ups thinking? She sighed to herself. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, this is Dai Wei. He's currently one of the members of our investigation team. He's also the security consultant. Old Shin proceeded to introduce. Dai Wei used to be a retired soldier. He has great skills, but he's a little arrogant. Compared to Di Jing's politeness, Dai Wei was much colder. He merely nodded at Yi Chen as a greeting. Subsequently, he looked at the medicine man standing next to Yi Chen and frowned. Who's this? He's my bodyguard. You guys can call him Tower. Yi Chen gave a simple introduction. After fixing the giant, he gave it a new name. Dai Wei had disdain in his eyes. He said, Mr. Yi, we're going on an investigation, not a vacation. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to do that? Di Jing furrowed her brows. Old Shin changed the topic immediately. Shouty, since everyone's here, let's depart. He got into the back seat of the jeep after saying that. Yi Chen led Iron Tower to the back seat as well. Iron Tower was just tall enough to sit down. Fortunately, Yi Chen had shrunk Iron Tower's body earlier. Dai Wei sat in the driver's seat and drove on the highway after he started the engine. Perhaps it was a little dull in the car. Old Shin took the initiative to ask, May I know why are you going to Haludio, Mr. Yi? To meet a friend. Yi Chen smiled. In the end, he did not tell them about Yang Tian offending a Chuma immortal. He did not want to scare them. Hearing those words, Old Shin was slightly stunned. Di Jing, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, shook her head. You're just going to meet a friend. You can't take the high-speed rail or even a plane, but you insist on traveling with us and make us wait for so long. Dai Wei pricked up his ears as he drove. He laughed coldly and said, Are you treating our car as a free ride? Yi Chen smiled and said nothing, sensing that the atmosphere was a little depressing. Old Shin mediated immediately. It's all right. We've been bored along the way. It's good to have someone to talk to. Yi Chen said while smiling. Oh yeah, Old Shin. Does anyone in your team know how to speak shaman? As soon as he said that, Di Jing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly turned around and looked at him. She seemed a little surprised. Why do you ask? I was just asking, Yi Chen said. Di Jing looked at him deeply and said, Mr. Yi, if there's no need, I advise you not to understand these things. Why? Yi Chen was curious. Di Jing took a deep breath and said, Shaman is the language of shamanism, and shaman is the pronunciation in the Tungus language. When translated into Chinese, it means shaman. I've heard of it too. Old Shin nodded and took over the topic. It's said that shamanism originated from the primitive society. It's a folk belief that came from people's worship of nature and all living things. Rumor has it that they have the ability to control weather, language, dream interpretation, astrology, and even go to heaven and hell. That's right. Di Jing said with a serious expression, the godly dancing in some areas now comes from shamanism. This organization is strange. They can perform witchcraft to kill you as soon as they know your name and age. And then, Yi Chen said calmly. Di Jing said, until now, shamanism still exists in many places. They're mainly in the northeast. That's why I advise you not to offend them when you get there. Otherwise, you'll lose your life. Yi Chen gave a short response, not really bothered. Those beings could not threaten him at all. Di Jing was secretly annoyed to see that he was not surprised at all. She scoffed and subsequently turned her head away. The reason why she told Yi Chen so much was that her ancestors were from the shaman religion. Therefore, she knew how terrifying the shaman religion was. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Don't blame me if something happens, Dai Wei said without even turning his head. Di Jing, since this Mr. Yi doesn't believe in superstition, it's useless no matter what we say. It's fine as long as he doesn't drag us into it. Mr. Yi, what Di Jing said makes sense. There are many mysterious powers that we don't understand in this world. Just because we don't know about them doesn't mean that they don't exist, Old Shin advised. Yi Qin secretly found it funny. He glanced at him and said, "It seems like Old Shin knows a little about them? Could mysterious powers be more mysterious than cultivation?" Yes. Old Shin sighed softly. Our magnificent China has been passed down for thousands of years. I wonder if there are many things that science can't explain. For example, Laozi rode a green ox out of Hanga Pass, and purple energy swept across 300 miles. He ascended after leaving half of the Tao Te Ching. That's just a legend, Yi Chen said while smiling. Even as a cultivator, he could not confirm if there was a mythical civilization in China, such as the Three Pure Ones, the Jade Emperor, and Queen Mother. Then, how do you explain the Tao Te Ching and the Book of Changes that King Wen left behind? These two books are just too mysterious. Old Shin shook his head and proceeded to say, "Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the recent ones. For example, the Yangtze River incident in 1954, the Chengdu zombie incident in 1995, the Inko falling dragon incident in 1934, and the rumor of 30 degrees north latitude?" 30 degrees north latitude. Yi Chen was stunned. He had heard about the few incidents that happened earlier, especially the Chengdu zombie incident. It had spread throughout the entire southwest region and covered a couple of provinces. Yi Chen had just started elementary school back then. After the incident happened, he stayed at home and dared not go to school. He was afraid that the zombies would suck his blood. However, it was his first time hearing about 30 degrees north latitude. Chapter 312. He looked into Yi Chen's eyes. Old Shin took a deep breath and said slowly, 30 degrees north latitude is a mysterious and strange line of latitude. This area has always been a disaster area for tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanoes. He paused as he spoke to this point and proceeded. What's more strange is that the Bermuda Triangle that's known as the Death Triangle, the Egyptian pyramids, the world's highest peak, Mount Everest, the Sphinx, the Yangtze River, the Nile River, and the Mississippi River are all located on this line of latitude precisely. Di Jing could not help but interrupt upon hearing that. Di Jing couldn't help but interject. I've read an explanation in a book. It said that the Egyptian pyramids were built by aliens, and this latitude line is the door to another dimension. That's why there are so many wonders. You can't believe everything that the book says, but you have to believe it too. Old Shin shook his head lightly and said, "Anyway, there are many things waiting for us to discover and uncover. It's also the mission of our geographical investigation team. However, I don't think we'll be able to see it in our generation." Old Shin, have you ever thought that you'll find out that the world you live in is so small one day? Yi Chen suddenly said, for example, humans can unlock more potential, move mountains, and fill seas. They can even pursue immortality. You're getting more and more ridiculous. Dai Wei scoffed. If humans can really move mountains, wouldn't the billions of people in the world be in chaos? Besides, if everyone is immortal, will the earth still be able to bear it? Old Shin is talking to you about something that actually exists, but you're talking about this. Di Jing shook her head. Yi Chen smiled calmly and did not explain. Old Shin, on the other hand, said while seeming to be in deep thought, "What Mr. Yi said is possible, but it's too far away. I've heard rumors about Kunlun before. It's said that Kunlun is the queen mother of the West's palace. Many mysterious things have happened in recent years. For example, someone saw a man in flames flying out of the forest with his own eyes. Also, a Tibetan bell goat made a bunch of lions surrender, and a female monkey gave birth to a baby boy who could talk. Old Shin, someone's confused, and so are you," Dai Wei said while pointing at the mulberry. The legend of Kunlun is just a legend after all. The reason why there are so many rumors is purely because of the ignorance of the local people. Coupled with the media hype, it's never been proven. Maybe I'm really confused. Old Shin laughed out loud and did not continue the topic. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. He was interested in Kunlun. When he had returned to Earth, he had landed on the ancient altar of Mount Tai. In other words, it was the ancient altar that had led him to this realm. Mount Tai was known as the head of the 5 sacred mountains. For thousands of years, it had left behind too many legends. Confucius climbed Mount Tai and conquered the world. Secondly, the emperors of all dynasties had a long-cherished wish, which was to hold a ceremony on Mount Tai. For example, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Naturally, that ancient sacrificial altar had been passed down from ancient times. Since Mount Tai was so mysterious, Kunlun, which was the #1 sacred mountain in China, would naturally not be inferior. As he was thinking about this, the sky gradually darkened and the car entered a small town. Dai Wei parked the car by the roadside and said after turning his head, "Old Shen, it's getting dark. Moreover, the car is running out of gas. Why don't we spend the night here and continue our journey tomorrow? But is there a hotel here?" Di Jing furrowed her brows and looked around. After all, it was just a small town. She didn't think it was safe. As if sensing her worry, Dai Wei smiled confidently. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Even if something does happen, you still have me, right?" He glanced at Yi Chen and Iron Tower wryly as he spoke to this point. He said in a strange tone, "Moreover, there's Mr. Yi and his bodyguard." "All right then, Xiaodai. You've been driving for a few hours. You can rest for a night." Old Shin nodded and finally made up his mind. After that, the few of them continued to look for a few more hotels, only to find that they were all full. Finally, they found a small hotel near the outskirts of the city. There seemed to be a funeral in front of the house. There was a black and white photo hanging in the room on the first floor. The photo was of a pretty woman. Judging from her appearance, she was less than 30 years old when she died. The hotel owner was a middle-aged man with a birthmark on his face and a mouth full of yellow teeth. He looked at Yi Chen and the rest after Dai Wei told him the purpose of their visit. He said after some hesitation, "We can let you guys stay here, but we only have 3 rooms left." As soon as he said that, Di Jing's expression changed instantly. There were a total of 5 of them, including a single lady like her. How could 3 rooms be enough for them? The hotel owner left a sentence for them to think about it and then left. "It's simple." Dai Wei smiled and said, "I'll stay in 1 room. Di Jing will stay in 1 room, and Old Shin will stay in 1 room. As for Brother Yi and your bodyguard, you can sleep in my SUV if you don't mind." Di Jing thought that the suggestion was great, but she still thought it was inappropriate, so she did not say anything at the moment. Yi Chen took a good look at the small hotel. Just when he was going to speak, Old Shin, who was standing aside, said, "How about this? Xiaodai and Xiaodai will stay in 1 room, and Mr. Yi and I will stay in 1 room. I'll sleep on the floor." Just when Dai Wei was going to agree to it, after hearing what Old Shin said, Yi Chen suddenly said, "Are you guys sure you guys want to stay in this small hotel? If you trust me, it's best that you guys don't stay here. I'll drive, and we'll continue to the north." "What do you mean?" Dai Wei thought he was complaining about the hotel, so he said with a grim expression, "It's not like you didn't see that. We've searched the entire town, but this is the only hotel we've found." "Dai Wei, I think Mr. Yi is right too. Why don't we continue driving? We'll be fine when we arrive at the county town." Surprisingly, Di Jing was on Yi Chen's side. She could not help but look at the morning hall as she spoke. Her expression was rather grim. "Moreover, there's a funeral going on here, so that's what you guys are afraid of?" Dai Wei scoffed. "Isn't it just dead people? What's there to be afraid of? When I was a soldier, I've seen countless dead people. I can understand why a girl like Di Jing is afraid. But Mr. Yi, you 2 men are also afraid. Aren't you too timid?" Yi Chen frowned. "All right, Mr. Yi, Xiaodai, let's just stay here for the night. We'll depart in the morning. Old Shin decided in a straightforward manner. Subsequently, they found the hotel owner. After paying for the room and asking for some hot water, they took the hotel owner's key and went to the second floor of the hotel. There were not many rooms on the second floor. There were approximately 10 of them. As soon as they arrived at the corridor, they saw an old lady squatting at the door of a room by the window at the end of the corridor. There was a metal basin before the old lady. She could not stop throwing paper money into it, filling the corridor with smoke. Dai Wei's expression changed because their room happened to be the 3 rooms before the old lady. He charged over without saying anything and shouted fiercely, "Who are you? Who told you to burn paper money here?" The old woman was startled by him. She fell to the ground and stammered, "I'm burning joss paper for my granddaughter. My granddaughter died in this room." Chapter 313. The old woman's words caused everyone to be stunned. Dai Wei gulped by instinct and said, "What did you say? Your granddaughter died in this room?" "Yes, yes," the old lady cried while wiping her tears. "My granddaughter hanged herself in this room. I heard that people who commit suicide can't be reincarnated. That's why I wanted to burn more money for my granddaughter so that she can build some connections. Hanged herself." Di Jing's face turned pale when she heard that. She leaned toward Yi Chen by instinct and was a little scared when she looked at the room that was closest to the side. Dai Wei was enraged when he saw what she was doing. He kicked the metal basin on the ground and cursed, "Get lost! Get lost now! I'll beat you to death if you don't." The old woman was probably frightened by him. She cleaned up the ashes on the ground, picked up the iron basin, and left while trembling. "Damn it, I can't believe I've come across this in a hotel. I'm so unlucky," Dai Wei said while grumbling. Di Jing hesitated and could not help but say, "Dai Wei, why don't we not stay here? Let's go back to the car and sleep." Although she was highly educated, she was still a girl after all. That was what girls were most afraid of. Dai Wei thought to himself and agreed with what she said. However, he peeped at Yi Chen, who was standing behind Di Jing by instinct. Noticing that he was pretending to be calm, he said firmly, "Don't worry, I've never been afraid of that. Old Shin." Di Jing looked at Old Shin. Old Shin fell into deep thought and said while smiling, "Should I right? It's no big deal. That old lady just burned some paper money. Moreover, it's a little cold here at night. We might catch a cold if we sleep in the car." As the leader of the investigation team, he had to be responsible for everyone's safety. Moreover, he had lived for most of his life and had never seen anything mysterious. He would not be scared by what happened earlier. Di Jing could only nod unwillingly, seeing that Old Shin insisted. Subsequently, she stretched her arm and pushed the door open. She entered the room on the far left directly. The 3 rooms were connected, and their numbers were 443,444,445. Meanwhile, Di Jing entered room 443. Old Shin looked at Yi Chen and said, "Mr. Yi, which room are we sleeping in?" "It doesn't matter." Yi Chen shrugged. Dai Wei was elated. He pointed at room 444, where the old lady's granddaughter had been hanged. "Since it doesn't matter, you can sleep in this room." Yi Chen looked at him wryly and said, "Didn't you just say that you're not afraid of that?" "Who said I'm scared?" Dai Wei felt guilty when he met Huo Yuhao's gaze. He said calmly, "I'm just pissed off about that damned old woman." He felt a little uneasy after saying that. Initially, he thought Yi Chen was unwilling to sleep in the middle room. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen nodded. "Sure." Yi Chen led Iron Tower into room 444 after saying that. Dai Wei was stunned and could not react at that moment. "Shao Dai, look at Mr. Yi. He doesn't believe in such things." Old Shin sighed softly and walked in. Dai Wei's face alternated between green and white. He snorted coldly in the end and was the last one to walk into room 445 on the right. Room 444. The entire room was less than 50 square meters. Although the decorations were simple, it had all sorts of facilities. The only downside was that there was only one bed. This room doesn't look like it's been hung. Old Shin chuckled out loud and subsequently said, Misty, the both of you can sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the floor. I'm getting old, and I can't sleep on the Simmons. Old Shin, you're an elder. How can you let an elder sleep on the floor? You can sleep on the bed. My bodyguard, and I will sleep on the floor. Yi Chin shook his head lightly. Before Old Shin could reject him, he walked to the closet and picked up a pile of cotton. He laid them on the floor and lay alone. Iron Tower stood still at the door. Old Shin felt a little warm inside. He looked at Iron Tower by instinct and was rather doubtful. Doesn't your bodyguard sleep? Moreover, I don't think he said anything along the way. He's my bodyguard. His responsibility is to protect me 24 hours a day. He doesn't need to sleep. Yi-Chin chuckled softly and said, Also, he's a man of few words. Just get used to it, Old Shin. Old Shin did not think much about it. Just when he was going to bed after removing his jacket, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Old Shin had his guard up. A laugh came from outside. It's me, the hotel owner. I'm here to bring you guys some food. Old Shin then walked over to open the door. As expected, he saw the man with the birthmark standing at the door with a tray in his hand. There were 5 bowls of rice on it, and there was a layer of stir-fried pork with peppers on top. The owner said, kindly, Guys, I know that you guys came from out of town. I guess you guys haven't eaten much along the way. Coincidentally, I have extra food at home, so I'll give it to you guys for free. At that moment, Dai Wei and Di Jing opened the door and walked out after hearing the noise. Dai Wei complained as soon as he saw the owner. Hey, boss, what's wrong with you guys? You're doing business here, but you got people to burn joss paper at our door. Nope. Since when did I get people to burn joss paper at your door? The owner looked confused. Seeing that the owner was denying it, Dai Wei extended his arm and pointed at room 444. He said with a scoff, We saw your mother burning joss paper at the door of this room when we were going upstairs earlier. She said that it was for your daughter. She even said that your daughter hanged herself in this room. That's right. Boss, you're not a nice person. Why didn't you tell us earlier that someone died in this room? Di Jing looked rather upset too. If she had known earlier, she would not have stayed here no matter what. The hotel owner said in a daze, My mother died 5 years ago. My daughter didn't hang herself. She died in a car accident. Are you guys mistaken? Everyone was stunned as soon as he said that. The few of them were stunned. Di Jing said while her face turned pale, Then who is the old lady who burned joss paper earlier? There's no old lady here. The hotel owner shook his head angrily and said, There's only one exit on the 2nd floor. I've been guarding the 1st floor, but I didn't see anyone else entering or leaving the room apart from you guys. Maybe your eyes are playing tricks on you. Even Old Shin, who was the calmest among them, could no longer sit still. He said, It's impossible. We all saw it. Then, someone must have sneaked up here when I wasn't paying attention. The hotel owner acknowledged and said, To be honest, someone did die in room 444, but that was last month. It was a conflict between 2 lovers, and then the woman took it too hard and hanged herself. The woman's family came here every day to make a scene, and I had to pay quite a lot of money for it. Chapter 314. He looked rather guilty as he spoke to this point. Guys, it's my fault for hiding this from you guys. I don't mind if you guys want to check out. I'll refund you all the money. If you guys are willing to stay, I'll charge you 1 less room. Boss, how far is the nearest county from here? Di Jing asked, unwilling to give up. About 100 kilometers away. You guys can decide if you want to stay or not. The hotel owner turned around and went downstairs. After he left, Di Jing could not help but look at Dai Wei. Dai Wei, how far can the car go with the gas? 50 kilometers at the most. Dai Wei said. Old Shen eventually said, "There's nothing we can do then. We can only stay here. However, to be safe, we'll all sleep in the same room. Xiaoti's a girl, so you'll sleep on the bed." Di Jing's expression softened. She returned to her room, picked up the blanket, and walked into room 444. Dai Wei did the same. Since the few of them were staying in the same room, Di Jing did not even dare to change her clothes. She laid on the bed directly. Meanwhile, Dai Wei made a bed next to Yi Chen's. There was only so much space on the ground. Yi Chen let Old Shin sleep on his bed. He then moved a stool to sit aside and closed his eyes to rest. He began cultivating secretly. To him, it was more comfortable to sit than to lie down. Old Shin said, feeling sorry for him, "Mr. Yi, why don't you come and lie with me? Be careful not to catch a cold." Di Jing was a little embarrassed. After all, theoretically, the bed belonged to Yi Chen. Now that she had taken it, he had to sit there until dawn. "Old Shin, didn't you see that he's resting with his eyes closed? He looks like he's cultivating. Perhaps our Mr. Yi is a martial arts expert. Why would he be afraid of catching a cold?" Dai Wei said in a sarcastic tone. Old Shin and Di Jing glared at him as soon as he was done speaking. Just when Old Shen was going to say something, someone knocked on the door again. Xiaoti opened the door. The hotel owner must be asking if we're staying or leaving. Old Shin said as he turned around. With so many people together, Dai Wei was not afraid anymore. He mustered up his courage and went to open the door. However, he realized that there was no one outside. The corridor was quiet. Most importantly, there was an extra stack of money at the door, and it was a thick stack of RMB. It added up to at least 100,000 yuan. That's strange. I clearly heard someone knocking on the door. Why isn't anyone here? Moreover, there's a stack of money on the ground. Old Shin said in confusion. Maybe the person next door is knocking. Dai Wei smiled and bent down to pick up the stack of money on the ground. He said joyfully, "Don't tell me we're all lucky today. I don't know if it's fake or not." Just when his hand was about to touch the stack of money, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes and said, "I advise you not to touch this money." "Why?" Dai Wei asked subconsciously. Yi Chen smiled and said nothing. Dai Wei smirked. "Are you stupid? You don't want money that's delivered to your doorstep? There are at least 100,000 here, not 100 or 200. Only an idiot wouldn't want it." Although the occupation of geography sounded fancy, the income was not high. Meanwhile, 100,000 yuan was half a year's income for him. He picked up the stack of money on the ground directly after saying that. He then closed the door and returned to his room. He took out a piece of paper and studied it carefully under the light. Look at the watermark and the photochromic ink. It doesn't look like it's fake. Dai Wei passed a piece of paper to Old Shin while looking at it. He said, "Old Shin, please take a look at it for me." Old Shin did not take it. Instead, he shook his head and said, "Xiao Dai, someone must have dropped this money by accident. It's ill-gotten. I advise you to put it back." Dai Wei was rather upset before he was done speaking. "Old Shin, why do you have the same thought as someone? I didn't steal it or rob it. I picked it up with my own ability. Why should I put it back?" Old Shin sighed softly. He knew that he could not persuade him. So he stopped talking and closed his eyes to sleep. Yi Chen secretly shook his head after glancing at Dai Wei, who was counting the money. Dai Wei counted the stack of money and realized that it was exactly 100,000 yuan. There was no more and no less. He then took out his phone to search for information on the internet. After confirming that it was real money, he looked at Yi Chen and Old Shin by instinct. He could not help but smile. "You guys don't want it. I'm the only one who wants it. That's great." Ah! Di Jing's devastating shriek came from the room all of a sudden when it was almost dawn. What happened? Old Shin was the first to wake up. He took out his phone immediately and shone it on Di Jing, who was on the bed. She was shaking while sitting on the bed. Meanwhile, her phone had fallen onto the ground, but the flashlight was still on. Dai Wei woke up too. "What's wrong? Dai Wei, why you?" Di Jing pointed at Dai Wei and stammered. Fear filled her face. Old Shin shone the flashlight at Dai Wei by instinct. He was almost scared to death just by looking at it. Dai Wei was wearing red clothes that were as red as blood. One would think it was a red suit at first glance. Upon closer look, it was a red shroud. Dai Wei looked down and his face shook. How did this happen? When did I wear a shroud? Who changed my clothes for me? Turn on the light. Turn on the light. He was wearing a blue checkered shirt. How did it turn into a shroud? I was going to the toilet with the flashlight on my phone earlier. When the flashlight shone on Dai Wei, I saw that you're wearing a shroud. He got up to press the switch after saying that. However, he realized that the light would not turn on no matter how hard he tried. Is the power out? Dai Wei fell onto the ground in shock. Old Shin, who was the oldest among them, was the first to calm down. He said after taking a deep breath in, "Xiao Dai, why are you wearing a shroud for the dead?" "I have no idea. I've been sleeping and I've never gone out. Moreover, where did I get a shroud from?" Dai Wei said while shaking while trying to take off the shroud. At that moment, Yi Chen, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke. "I'm warning you not to take it off." "Are you crazy?" Dai Wei shouted at him. "Wait." Old Shin suddenly stopped Dai Wei and said, "Xiao Dai, don't take it off yet. Let's listen to what Mr. Yi has to say." After the series of events, Old Shin realized that Yi Chen's words seemed strange at the critical moment, but he seemed to be a prophet. For example, he had advised them not to stay in this hotel earlier, but they did not listen to him. Dai Wei and Di Jing looked at Yi Chen at the same time. Yi Chen said calmly, "Show me the money you picked up last night." "What does it have to do with the money I picked up?" Dai Wei scoffed, thinking that Yi Chen was after his money. However, he took out his bag after thinking about it. He then opened it to take a look. His entire person was instantly stunned. His face was filled with fear. Cold sweat was dripping out of his body. Old Shin rubbed his eyes and inhaled sharply. How did it turn into Hell Notes? Chapter 315. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, there were 5 stacks of ghost notes in Dai Wei's black backpack. Each stack seemed to be worth approximately 20,000 yuan. Impossible, this is impossible. Dai Wei suddenly poured all of the money onto the ground. Fear filled his face. They're real notes. How did they turn into ghost notes? Di Jing was terrified. Fear filled Old Shin's heart. He had never seen such a strange scene, even though he had lived for most of his life. He saw with his own eyes that the money that Dai Wei brought in was real. After all, one could tell the difference between real notes and ghost notes. Did one of you change my money into ghost notes when I was sleeping and pull such a prank on me? The thought popped into Dai Wei's head by instinct. He subsequently lifted his head to look at Yi Chen. "It must be you." "Do you mean that I changed your real notes and put a shroud on you to scare you?" Yi Chen chuckled. "Yes, that's right." Dai Wei scoffed. "Among us, I know Old Shen and Di Jing very well. It's impossible for them to do such a thing. You're the only outsider. Who else could it be if not you?" He was getting more and more certain as he spoke to this point. "If that's not the case, how would you know that there's something wrong with my money? You must be after my 100,000 yuan. Old Shin and Di Jing's expressions changed slightly as soon as they heard that. Old Shin and Di Jing's expressions changed slightly. They could not help but look at Yi Chen by instinct. They secretly thought that what David said made sense. Since Dai Wei was going to pick up the money at the door, Yi Chen had asked him not to touch it. It was inevitable that he wanted the money too. Later on, the 5 of them were in a room. Dai Wei's money turned into ghost notes out of the blue, and he was wearing a shroud. It was impossible for the series of actions to be done within a short period of time, so the possibility of an outsider breaking in could be ruled out. The reason being that the door was closed and locked from the inside. Even the hotel owner could not open it, could he? Di Jing looked at Yi Chen with vigilance and caution in her eyes as she thought to this point. Dai Wei was right. Yi Chen and his bodyguard were the outsiders among them. They were the biggest suspects. What? You have nothing to say now that I've exposed you? The coldness on Dai Wei's face intensified, seeing that Yi Chen said nothing. Old Shin, I told you that we can't trust this brat. I can't believe that I'm right. I can't believe that he's playing tricks on us for 100,000 yuan. He walked to Yi Chen as he spoke. Yi, I'll give you a chance. Give me the money, and I'll break your arm and toss you out. As he spoke, he kept looking at Tai Ta from the corner of his eyes. To him, although Yi Chen was rather tall, he was rather skinny. It was impossible for him to be a match for a retired soldier like him. The only threat was Yi Chen's bodyguard, Iron Tower. He was over 8 meters tall, which was similar to Yi Chen's. However, Iron Tower was more muscular than him. Yi Chen secretly frowned when he realized that David was suspecting him and even wanted to attack him. At that moment, Old Shin stopped Dai Wei immediately and said, Little Dai, don't be rash. There might be a misunderstanding. Although all the evidence pointed to Yi Chen, Old Shin was willing to believe him. Misunderstanding. Instead of being angry, David laughed. Old Shin, I, David, have never been tricked like this before. Tell me, what kind of misunderstanding is this? Old Shin sighed softly and could not help but turn his head to look at Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, do you want to explain? Di Jing could not help but say, Mr. Yi, now is not the time to be angry. Among all of us, you are the most suspicious. I advise you to explain yourself. Explain? Yi Chen's expression remained the same. His voice was extremely cold without any emotion. I didn't do it. Why should I explain? His voice fell. Di Jing's face stiffened. Then she shook her head secretly. He was a little unhappy. His good intentions were treated as ill intent. She knew David very well. Before he retired, he was a soldier in the army. He was very skilled, and even 7 or 8 burly men would not be his match. Although Yi Chen and his bodyguard were 2 people, they could not defeat David even if they were to fight him together. As expected, David was enraged. Old Shin, move aside. Don't stop me. I must teach this brat a lesson today. He'll only know how powerful I am. Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you have a bodyguard. Touch me? You? Yi Chen was rather disdainful. David could not hold it in any more. He stretched his arm and pushed Old Shin away. Just when he was going to attack, someone knocked on the door. The few of them in the house fell into silence. Who is it? David and Di Jing shouted almost at the same time. It was the middle of the night. Apart from the blackout, David was wearing a shroud. Anyone would have been shocked by the sudden knock on the door. No one responded, but the knocking on the door continued. In fact, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Di Jing screamed and hid next to Old Shin and Yi Chen while covering her mouth. Her pretty face was pale. David stared at the door with his eyes wide open. He had forgotten about teaching Yi Chen a lesson. Eventually, Old Shin took a deep breath in and walked to the door to open it. The people looked at the door immediately. A pale, old face greeted them. Ah! Di Jing leaped into Yi Chen's embrace. A hoarse voice came. Why aren't you guys sleeping in the middle of the night? Why are you guys so noisy? The person at the door waved the torchlight in her hand. She sounded like she was complaining. David pointed at her and looked like he had seen a ghost. He said, Aren't you the old lady who was burning joss paper earlier? Old Shin and Di Jing looked at her again. They were almost scared to death when they realized it was indeed the old lady from before. Are you a human or a ghost? Old Shin said in shock. The old lady was upset. Why are you guys talking to me like that? I'm alive and well. Of course, I'm a human. She scoffed as she spoke to this point. There was a blackout at night, and I heard you guys arguing upstairs. That's why I came up to take a look, since I was worried. I can't believe you guys thought I was a ghost. B, but didn't the hotel owner say that you died 5 years ago? David stammered. Hotel owner? The old woman was stunned and said, I'm the owner of this hotel. After my wife, son, and granddaughter died, I'm the only one left. I was the one who agreed to let you stay here just now. Are you guys muddle-headed? Impossible. Old Shin shook his head immediately and said, It was a man with a birthmark on his face who brought us in earlier. Are you talking about your son? The old woman looked at them as if they were monsters. My son has been dead for 3 years. How could I have brought you here? His voice fell. Everyone's scalp went numb. Chapter 3:16. The few of them were scared to death after hearing what the old lady said. The few of them were scared out of their wits. Dai Wei exclaimed, What did you say? Your son has been dead for 3 years? The old woman's expression was a little sad as she said, Yes, my wife took my son's car to the city to see a doctor 3 years ago. In the end, she was hit by a drunk driver at a highway intersection. My wife and son died on the spot, and the car that caused the accident ran away. My granddaughter and I were the only ones left. She wiped her tears as she spoke to this point. However, my granddaughter found out that her boyfriend had married another woman behind her back last month. She couldn't take it anymore, so she hung herself in this room. She did not look like she was lying. The few of them in the room looked at each other by instinct. They did not sympathize with her at all. Instead, they shuddered in fear. If the old lady's son, who was the hotel owner, was dead, then who was the person they saw earlier? Could it be a ghost? Keep making things up, old thing. I don't believe you. Dai Wei scoffed and gave Old Shin a look. The few of them walked out of the room directly and headed downstairs. They seemed to be looking for the hotel owner to refute what the old lady said. However, they did not see the hotel owner when they arrived at the first floor. Instead, they found 3 photos in the morning hall. One of them was an old man with age spots all over his face, while the other was a pretty lady in her 20s. They must be the old lady's husband and granddaughter that she was talking about. Meanwhile, the last photo was of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was pale. The most eye-catching thing about him was the huge birthmark on the left side of his face. Who else could it be if it was not the hotel owner that they had seen earlier? Di Jing's face turned pale. She was terrified and shocked. She said while covering her mouth, Is he really dead? How is that possible? Dai Wei's teeth were shaking when he said that. In the blink of an eye, he found out that he had been dead for 3 years. No one would be able to accept this. Old Shin's face twitched hard. He walked over while waving his torchlight to take a closer look. He exclaimed all of a sudden, Look! What's this? The few of them looked in the direction he was pointing at. He saw that there was another photo behind the woman's photo. The person in the photo was wearing a red shroud. He was slightly handsome and looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. There was a strange smile on his lips. Swoosh! Di Jing and Old Shin looked at Dai Wei, who was next to them at the same time, and said in a trembling voice, Dai Wei, is it you up there? Dai Wei felt like he had been struck by lightning. He was stunned. Why? Why is there a picture of me here? I'm not dead. Old Shin and Di Jing could not help but take 2 steps back by instinct. There was fear in their eyes when they looked at him. What they did not notice was a mocking smirk at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. He seemed to be in disdain. Why are you looking at me like that? Dai Wei swallowed hard when he saw that everyone's reaction was a little strange. Are you guys suspecting that I'm a ghost? He was really scared. If it was said that before this he was bold and fearless because of his skills, then the series of events that he had experienced now could be said to have broken down his psychological defense. Dai Wei, can you explain why your portrait is here? Also, the shroud that you're wearing. Di Jing stammered. Now, they no longer suspected Yi Chen. Since Yi Chen had just met them, he did not have the chance to leave along the way. How could he have Dai Wei's photo? Moreover, it was a photo of him before he died. Explain my A*S. How the F*CK would I know? Even Dai Wei, who liked Di Jing and spoke softly, could not help but curse at that moment. I finally understand now. There's something wrong with this hotel, the hotel owner and that old lady. Damn it, why are you trying to trick me? Do you really think that I'm a pushover? Dai Wei seemed to have gone mad. He pushed the memorial tablet before him and turned around to rush to the second floor. He seemed to be trying to ask the old lady from before. Let's go, Old Shin said, and took the lead to catch up. Di Jing hesitated and glanced at Yi Qin. She stood behind Yi Qin while biting her lip. Clearly, she dare not be alone. Yi Qin chuckled softly and walked to the second floor like he was taking a stroll in the park. He saw Dai Wei rummaging through the rooms on the second floor with bloodshot eyes. He cursed. You be asterisk teach. Where the F*CK did you hide me? Show yourself now. However, he could not find anyone after rummaging through the entire second floor. The old lady from before seemed to have vanished into thin air. There's really something wrong with this hotel. Old Shin stopped Dai Wei and forced a smile. It seems like it was a mistake for us to stay here. The hotel owner said that the old lady has been dead for 5 years, and the old lady said that the hotel owner has been dead for 3 years. I'm confused. Old Shin, they're all gone now. Do you think they're... Di Jing said weakly with a terrified expression on her face. I don't care anymore. Old Shin sighed softly. Let's go. Let's leave this strange place now. We can't stay here any longer. Old Shin took the lead and walked after saying that. When they arrived at the entrance of the first floor, they saw a pretty lady in a white chiffon dress walking toward them. The lady was only 24 or 25 years old. Old Shin stopped in his tracks. Dai Wei and Di Jing, who were behind him, almost screamed in fear when they saw the lady's face. The reason being the lady before them was the lady in the portrait, the one who hung herself. The lady looked at them and said while frowning, Why are you guys in my house? Who let you guys in? Are you a human or a ghost? Old Shin shouted. Uft. The lady could not help but laugh out loud. She was shaking from laughing. Hey, sir, why are you so funny? Of course I'm a human. If I were a ghost, I'd eat you guys. She spun as she spoke. She said while smiling, Do you guys think I'm a human or a ghost? The few of them could not help but feel doubtful when they noticed that there was a shadow on the ground when she spun. However, they did not let their guard down. Dai Wei glared at her. Didn't your dad and grandma say that you died last month? Puffed, puffed, puffed. The lady spat at him and said angrily while puffing her cheeks, You're the one who's dead. Subsequently, her expression changed drastically. What did you say? My dad and grandma said that I'm dead? Old Shin nodded. The lady's eyes widened. Are you guys kidding me? My dad and grandma died a long time ago. Why would they say that to you guys? Don't tell me that they came to me in my dream. Let's go, let's go. Old Shin's scalp went numb. He did not want to dwell on that anymore. He grabbed Di Jing behind him and ran out of the hotel entrance. Dai Wei shuddered and hurriedly followed him. Yi Qin and Iron Tower were the last. However, they did not notice that the lady was watching them leave coldly. Her eyes were like a venomous snake's. She seemed to be hesitating if she should follow them. At that moment, Yi Qin turned his head to glance at her as if he sensed something. He said softly, Get lost. Just one glance. The lady scoffed and black smoke came out of her body. Chapter 317. He looked into Yi Qin's eyes. Old Shin took a deep breath and said slowly, 30 degrees north latitude is a mysterious and strange line of latitude. This area has always been a disaster area for tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanoes. He paused as he spoke to this point and proceeded. What's more strange is that the Bermuda Triangle that's known as the Death Triangle, the Egyptian pyramids, the world's highest peak, Mount Everest, the Sphinx, the Yangtze River, the Nile River, and the Mississippi River are all located on this line of latitude precisely. Di Jing could not help but interrupt upon hearing that. Di Jing couldn't help but interject. I've read an explanation in a book. It said that the Egyptian pyramids were built by aliens, and this latitude line is the door to another dimension. That's why there are so many wonders. You can't believe everything that the book says, but you have to believe it too. Old Shin shook his head lightly and said, "Anyway, there are many things waiting for us to explore and uncover. It's also the mission of our geographical investigation team. However, I don't think we'll be able to see it in our generation." Old Shin, have you ever thought that you'll realize that the world you live in is so small one day? Yi Chin suddenly said, for example, humans can unlock more potential, move mountains, and fill seas. They can even pursue immortality. You're getting more and more ridiculous. Dai Wei scoffed. If humans can really move mountains, wouldn't the billions of people in the world be in chaos? Besides, if everyone is immortal, will the earth still be able to bear it? Old Shin is talking about something that really exists, but you're talking about this. Di Jing shook her head. Yi Chin smiled calmly and did not explain. Old Shin, on the other hand, said while seeming to be in deep thought, "What Mr. Yi said is possible, but it's too far away. I've heard rumors about Kunlun before. It's said that Kunlun is the queen mother of the West's palace. Many mysterious things have happened in recent years. For example, someone saw a man in flames flying out of the forest with his own eyes. Also, a Tibetan bell goat made a bunch of lions surrender, and a female monkey gave birth to a baby boy who could talk." Old Shin, someone's confused, and so are you, Dai Wei said while pointing at the mulberry. The legend of Kunlun is just a legend after all. The reason why there are so many rumors is purely because of the ignorance of the local people. Coupled with the media hype, it's never been proven. Maybe I'm really confused. Old Shen laughed out loud and did not continue the topic. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. He was interested in Kunlun. When he had returned to Earth, he had landed on the ancient altar of Mount Tai. In other words, it was the ancient altar that had led him to this realm. Mount Tai was known as the head of the 5 sacred mountains. For thousands of years, it had left behind too many legends. Confucius climbed Mount Tai and conquered the world. Secondly, the emperors of all dynasties had a long-cherished wish, which was to hold a ceremony on Mount Tai. For example, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Naturally, that ancient sacrificial altar had been passed down from ancient times. Since Mount Tai was so mysterious, Kunlun, which was the #1 sacred mountain in China, would naturally not be inferior. As he was thinking about this, the sky gradually darkened, and the car entered a small town. Dai Wei parked the car by the roadside and said after turning his head, "Old Shen, it's getting dark. Moreover, the car is running out of gas. Why don't we spend the night here and continue our journey tomorrow? But is there a hotel here?" Di Jing furrowed her brows and looked around. After all, it was just a small town. She didn't think it was safe. As if sensing her worry, Dai Wei smiled confidently. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Even if something does happen, you still have me, right?" He glanced at Yi Chen and Iron Tower wryly as he spoke to this point. He said in a strange tone, "Moreover, there's Mr. Yi and his bodyguard." "All right then, Shaodai. You've been driving for a few hours. You can rest for a night." Old Shin nodded and finally made up his mind. After that, the few of them continued to look for a few more hotels, only to find that they were all full. Finally, they found a small hotel near the outskirts of the city. There seemed to be a funeral in front of the house. There was a black and white photo hanging in the room on the first floor. The photo was of a pretty woman. Judging from her appearance, she was less than 30 years old when she died. The hotel owner was a middle-aged man with a birthmark on his face and a mouth full of yellow teeth. He looked at Yi Chin and the rest after Dai Wei told him the purpose of their visit. He said after some hesitation, "We can let you guys stay here, but we only have 3 rooms left." As soon as he said that, Di Jing's expression changed instantly. There were a total of 5 of them, including a single lady like her. How could 3 rooms be enough for them? The hotel owner left a sentence for them to think about it and then left. It's simple. Dai Wei smiled and said, I'll stay in 1 room. Di Jing will stay in 1 room, and Old Shin will stay in 1 room. As for Brother Yi and your bodyguard, you can sleep in my SUV if you don't mind. Di Jing thought that the suggestion was great, but she still thought it was inappropriate, so she did not say anything at the moment. Yi Chen took a good look at the small hotel. Just when he was going to speak, Old Shin, who was standing aside, said, How about this? Xiao Dai and Xiao Dai will stay in 1 room, and Mr. Yi and I will stay in 1 room. I'll sleep on the floor. Just when Dai Wei was going to agree to it after hearing what Old Shin said, Yi Chen suddenly said, Are you guys sure you guys want to stay in this small hotel? If you trust me, it's best that you guys don't stay here. I'll drive, and we'll continue to the north. What do you mean? Dai Wei thought he was complaining about the hotel, so he said with a grim expression, It's not like you didn't see that. We've searched the entire town, but this is the only hotel we've found. Dai Wei, I think Mr. Yi is right too. Why don't we continue driving? We'll be fine when we arrive at the county town. Surprisingly, Di Jing was on Yi Chen's side. She could not help but look at the morning hall as she spoke. Her expression was rather grim. Moreover, there's a funeral going on here, so that's what you guys are afraid of? Dai Wei scoffed. Isn't it just dead people? What's there to be afraid of? I've seen countless dead people when I was a soldier. I can understand why a lady like Di Jing is afraid. But Mr. Yi, aren't you guys too cowardly to be afraid? Yi Chen frowned. All right, Mr. Yi, Xiao Dai, let's just stay here for the night. We'll depart in the morning, Old Shin decided in a straightforward manner. Subsequently, they found the hotel owner. After paying for the room and asking for some hot water, they took the hotel owner's key and went to the 2nd floor of the hotel. There were not many rooms on the 2nd floor. There were approximately 10 of them. As soon as they arrived at the corridor, they saw an old lady squatting at the door of a room by the window at the end of the corridor. There was a metal basin before the old lady. She could not stop throwing paper money into it, filling the corridor with smoke. Dai Wei's expression changed because their room happened to be the 3 rooms before the old lady. He charged over without saying anything and shouted fiercely, Who are you? Who told you to burn paper money here? The old woman was startled by him. She fell to the ground and stammered, I'm burning joss paper for my granddaughter. My granddaughter died in this room. Chapter 318. The old woman's words caused everyone to be stunned. Dai Wei gulped by instinct and said, What did you say? Your granddaughter died in this room? That's right, that's right. The old lady cried while wiping her tears. My granddaughter hanged herself in this room. I heard that people who commit suicide can't be reincarnated. That's why I wanted to burn more money for my granddaughter so that she can build some connections in the underworld. Hanged herself. Di Jing's face turned pale when she heard that. She leaned toward Yi Chen by instinct and was a little scared when she looked at the room that was closest to the side. Dai Wei was enraged when he saw what she was doing. He kicked the metal basin on the ground and cursed, Get lost. Get lost now. I'll beat you to death if you don't. Perhaps the old lady was frightened by him. She picked up the ashes on the ground and left while shaking after picking up the metal basin. Damn it. I can't believe I've encountered this while staying in a hotel. I'm so unlucky. Dai Wei cursed. Di Jing hesitated and could not help but say, Dai Wei, why don't we not stay here? Let's go back to the car and sleep. Although she was highly educated, she was still a girl after all. That was what girls were most afraid of. Dai Wei thought to himself. Dai Wei thought to himself and agreed with what she said. However, he peeped at Yi Chen, who was standing behind Di Jing by instinct. Noticing that he was pretending to be calm, he said firmly, Don't worry, I've never been afraid of that. Old Shin, Di Jing looked at Old Shin immediately. Old Shin fell into deep thought and said while smiling, "Shout I right? It's no big deal. The old lady was just burning some paper money. Moreover, it's a little cold here at night. We might catch a cold if we sleep in the car." Chapter 319. On the bus to Haludio, Dai Wei stepped on the gas pedal as hard as he could. The off-road vehicle was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. If it was a normal day, Old Shin and Di Jing would advise him to drive slower and be careful. However, they could not wait for Dai Wei to drive as fast as he could now. The atmosphere in the car was very quiet. Everyone was panting heavily, and their faces were full of uncertainty. It was obvious that they had not recovered from the small hotel yet. The sky gradually brightened after Dai Wei drove for more than 40 kilometers. He could vaguely see the eastern sky turning white. "Kill!" Dai Wei finally stopped the car by the roadside and leaned on the steering wheel. He had driven more than 40 kilometers with one breath. Now that he was safe, he was like a pile of mud. Most importantly, he was still wearing the red shroud. He didn't even have time to take it off. Old Shin said worriedly, "Xiao Dai, are you all right?" "I'm fine. How could anything happen to me?" Dai Wei said fiercely, but the expression on his face betrayed him. Di Jing patted her chest and said with a pale face, "This is too scary. Why did we encounter such a thing?" Yi Chen smiled calmly. "I've warned you guys since the beginning not to stay there. You guys didn't listen and even suspected me. To put it bluntly, Dai Wei and the rest would have been dead if not for him." "How do you know we can't live here?" Dai Wei looked at him coldly and said, "Don't tell me you're with them." He was getting more and more annoyed with Yi Chen. After all, he was the one who had advocated for them to move in, and he had confidently said that they were not afraid of anything. In the end, he had the worst reaction among them. This made him a little angry. Naturally, he vented his anger on Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at him in slight disdain and shook his head. He did not want to waste his breath on such a person. Old Shin, on the other hand, asked in confusion, "Mr. Yi, how did you know that we can't stay in that hotel? Could it be that you've already noticed that something was wrong?" If his politeness toward Yi Chen earlier was mostly due to his superior's orders, then he had an extra sense of respect toward Yi Chen now. Even an experienced man like him was shocked by the situation earlier. However, Yi Chen was calm from the beginning until the end. Such people were either people who had seen much bigger storms and had extraordinary experiences, or they had a screw loose in their brains. Their reflexes were relatively slow. To put it bluntly, they were idiots. Di Jing could not help but look at Yi Chen after hearing what Old Shin said. Confusion flashed through her beautiful eyes. No, Yi Chen thought about it and decided not to tell them what he had seen. Otherwise, the people before him would definitely be scared to death. "I thought you were really capable. Turns out you were just lucky." Dai Wei sneered. Yi Chen glanced at him with mockery at the corner of his lips. A dying man. He doesn't even know it. Seeing that the atmosphere had become a little strange, Old Shin glared at Dai Wei immediately and said to mediate the situation, "All right, Xiao Dai, stop talking and recover your strength. Then, think of a way to get to the gas station in the county." "Dai Wei, can you take off the shroud on you?" Di Jing glanced at the shroud on Dai Wei and said with a slight frown. After experiencing what happened earlier, she could not help but recall the shroud on Dai Wei when she saw it. Dai Wei snapped back to his senses. Only then did Dai Wei react. He took off the shroud in front of everyone and threw it to the side of the road like he was throwing dog skin. "That's King weird. There's so many people here, but you made me wear the entire shroud. You even made a photo of me." The atmosphere froze as soon as he said that. The atmosphere at the scene could not help but stagnate. Old Shin and Di Jing looked at each other by instinct. They saw deep doubt in each other's eyes. That was right. There were 5 of them, and 4 of them were men. Why was Dai Wei the only one wearing the shroud and had a photo of himself? Just when Old Shin was going to say something, he heard Di Jing scream all of a sudden, Dai Wei, what's that on your neck? Old Shin looked over immediately upon hearing that. He saw a red mark on the back of Dai Wei's neck. It looked like a cat's paw print. Dai Wei's expression changed. He turned his head to look, but he realized that he could not see it. He asked immediately, "What happened to the back of my neck?" "There's a mark." "No, to be exact, there are 4 marks. It looks like a cat's paw print on it," Dijing said while looking at it with her beautiful eyes wide open. "No." Old Shin shook his head. "It's not a cat's. It looks more like a weasel's. I saw a weasel coming down the mountain to steal chickens when I was an educated youth in the countryside. The locals put a layer of ash around the chicken coop. The mark on it is exactly the same as the one on Dai Wei's neck." "Old Shin, Dijing, please don't scare me." Dai Wei's face twitched hard upon hearing that. "Why would there be a weasel's footprint on me? I don't remember it being there before. I'm sure that it's a weasel's footprint." Old Shin said in his deep voice, "Xiao Dai, have you encountered a weasel before?" "No." Dai Wei wanted to say no by instinct, but he seemed to have recalled something as he spoke. He changed his words immediately. "I remember now. I encountered a weasel when I went to the northeast last year." "What happened then?" Old Shin's expression changed slightly. Dai Wei said with an unnatural expression, "It was night. I was leaving a bar after drinking with my friends. The people found out that Dai Wei saw a weasel standing like a human when he was passing by a barren land that night. It was even wearing a straw hat. The weasel was as tall as an adult woman when it stood up. It was wearing stockings and a dress. Dai Wei was drunk at the time, so he did not see it clearly. He thought it was a woman. Dai Wei wanted to pick up the corpse, so he took the initiative to talk to the weasel. However, a weasel's face responded to him. It scared Dai Wei. Dai Wei's drunkenness instantly dissipated. Subsequently, the weasel that was dressed as a woman spoke human language. "May I know if I look like a human?" Dai Wei cursed at it. The weasel did not get mad at all. It merely repeated, "May I know if I look like a human?" Dai Wei was enraged and cursed. "Look like you? You can't change the fact that you're an animal no matter how you dress up." As soon as he said that, a look of fear and despair immediately appeared on the other party's face, as if Dai Wei's words had caused great harm to it. It disappeared into the night desolately. However, it glared at Dai Wei viciously before it left. Dai Wei went home and slept. He had forgotten everything when he woke up. If Old Shin had not asked, he would not have recalled anything at all. Old Shin's expression changed drastically after hearing that. He sighed softly and said, "Xiao Dai, oh Xiao Dai, I finally know why you're in this situation tonight." Chapter 320. Dai Wei's expression changed when he heard what Old Shin said. He hurriedly asked, "Old Shin, are you saying that everything that happened is related to the yellow-skinned man that I encountered?" Dijing seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Old Shin and said in uncertainty, "Old Shin, did Dai Wei offend an immortal?" She was from the northeast and naturally knew some things about the great immortal. Hearing the word immortal, Yi Qin could not help but look at Old Shin. Elder Shin nodded with a serious expression when he met their gazes. "Xiao Di, you're from the northeast, so you should know the rumors about the Xian family. There are 5 immortals in the Xian family. They are the fox, the snake, the weasel, the rat, and the hedgehog. They are collectively known as the 5 immortals." Dijing nodded. Old Shin sorted out his thoughts and proceeded to speak. It said that the 5 immortals are animals with a certain level of cultivation. However, they must go through 3 stages and 8 difficulties before they become immortals. For example, the boy stage, the adult stage, the horse stage, the life and death stage, and the heaven stage. Hearing this, Yi Qin nodded to himself. The deities that Old Shen mentioned were a little different from those in the cultivation world. The animals in the cultivation world cultivated to become spirits, and they would only experience the thunder tribulation. However, it was probably related to the different laws of heaven and earth in both worlds. Old Shin, does this mean that the person I met earlier was a grand immortal? Dai Wei's face turned pale. He stammered. I didn't offend it that much. I only scolded it a little. I was drunk at the time. Sigh. Old Shen sighed softly and said, Xiao Dai, this definitely wouldn't have happened if you pretended not to see it or ignored it. Speaking up to this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. As I said earlier, animals have to go through a tribulation. For example, the boy barrier. The so-called boy barrier is the barrier of ignorant children. As soon as they see snakes, rats, hedgehogs, weasels, and so on, they have to beat them up. If they don't die after being beaten up, even if they are covered in scars, they still pass the barrier. The second is the adult stage. Everyone in this society knows that people like heavy tastes. They especially like to eat bullfrogs, crayfish, wild boar meat, snake meat, and especially snake meat. If people want to eat them, that is the adult stage. The third level is the vehicle and horse level. For example, if a snake is run over by a passing vehicle on the road, it will be considered a failure. Hearing this, Di Jing asked subconsciously, Old Shin, I've seen on the news that a university raised a white fox. The white fox was frightened when it was chased away by the students. It was run over by a car when it was running away. Is this the so-called traffic barrier? Dai Wei could not help but be curious. He had also seen this news at the time. After it was hyped up on the internet, most netizens blamed the death of White Fox on the students of that university. In the end, the topic escalated to the point that the students of Huan Nation were trash and had no manners. Old Shin nodded lightly and said, The last one is the Heavenly Barrier, which is also known as the Heavenly Thunder Barrier. They've gone through all sorts of trials and tribulations before them, and they'll become immortals as soon as they pass the Heavenly Thunder Barrier. Old Shin sighed softly as he spoke to this point. Before they go through the heavenly tribulation, they'll try their best to get permission from humans. Old Shin, why do we need to be acknowledged by others? Di Jing was shocked. She had never heard of such a saying, even though she was a Northeasterner. Old Shin paused for a moment and said, I heard from a master that humans are the rulers of this world. The humans will represent the direction of the universe on a certain level. Therefore, these animals would disguise themselves as humans and ask humans before going through the barrier. The questions they ask are simple. For example, do I look like a human? As soon as he said that, Dai Wei's face turned pale. What Old Shin said was very similar to what he had experienced before. The weasel had asked him the same question back then. Di Jing asked, and then Old Shin said, most people would either be shocked or curse like Xiao Dai when they encounter such a situation. Some of the more knowledgeable people would understand that the person is going to criticize them, so they'd say that they're just one person. Then the person would leave while thanking them profusely. Old Shin, why would they ask such a question? Di Jing was confused. She really felt like she had opened her eyes today. Old Shen forced a smile and said, because they want to be acknowledged by this world. A human's words are like a sign of approval. If they're approved, it'll be much easier for them to go through the heavenly tribulation. Yi Qin shook his head lightly. He did not agree with what Old Shin said. The reason why these animals asked such a question was because they were animals themselves. To put it bluntly, they were beasts. In front of humans, they would feel inferior. Therefore, they hoped to be recognized by humans. It was a psychological effect. It was just like how Xiaoming hoped that his math teacher would respect and trust him. Before the final exam, Xiaoming would ask the math teacher if he could pass the exam. If the teacher said, "You're a piece of trash who dreams every day. Do you think you can pass the exam? Go eat sh*t." Then Xiaoming Dai Wei's face was extremely pale at the moment. What if I say that it's and not like a human? Old Shin sighed and said, if it doesn't look like a human, it means that you're denying its hard work in cultivation. You're also denying the trials that it has gone through. It'll leave a shadow in its heart, and it'll be even more difficult to go through the heavenly tribulation. It'll be extremely dangerous. Bang! Dai Wei fell onto the ground directly. His face turned pale. It means that I ruined its cultivation, and it took revenge on me, sigh. Old Shin shook his head lightly. Xiao Dai, you said that no matter how you dress up, you can't change the fact that you're an animal. That's too much. I think it hasn't gone through the heavenly tribulation yet. It's already dead. How is it going to take revenge on me? I don't believe it. Dai Wei clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept what Old Shin said. He felt like he was lying to himself. Old Shin said, even humans know to look for help when they're being bullied. How do you know that it doesn't have a family? It doesn't have friends? Old Shin, that means that it was an immortal that we encountered at the hotel earlier, not a ghost. Di Jing secretly sighed in relief. If it was an immortal, it would not be that afraid. After all, it had no grudge with them. I have no idea if it was an immortal or a ghost. Old Shin shook his head and said, but judging from the mark on Xiao Dai's neck, that hotel must be related to the immortal. At that moment, a pungent smell came from somewhere. It was accompanied by the smell of blood. What's that smell? Di Jing pinched her nose immediately. Yi Chen lifted his eyes to look at the bush 10 meters away from the off-road vehicle. There was a piece of skin that was covered in blood. Di Jing and Old Shin looked over as they followed his gaze. Their expressions changed drastically. Di Jing said while stammering, Dai Wei, how did the clothes that you threw earlier turn into a piece of skin? Chapter 321. Dai Wei looked in the direction of Di Jing's voice. How is this possible? The expression on his face was replaced by a touch of horror. I clearly threw out a shroud. How did it turn into a piece of skin? Let's go take a look. Di Jing did not want to go at first, but she could not suppress her curiosity no matter what. Therefore, she followed Old Shin. Dai Wei clenched his teeth and followed Old Shin. When everyone walked to the side of that piece of skin, in the grass in front of him was a piece of bloody, brownish-yellow skin. It seemed to have been peeled off from an animal, and it gave off a strong, pungent smell. Old Shin looked serious as he turned his head to look at Dai Wei. Xiao Dai, are you sure you threw the shroud here? I'm sure. Dai Wei's expression was extremely ugly. Old Shin nodded. He got a branch to check the area within 20 meters, but he could not find the red shroud at all. Without the shroud, there was an extra piece of skin. At this moment, the great novelty that they had just escaped from a dangerous situation was gone, and a trace of haze appeared in their hearts. Old Shin bowed to the bloody skin first. Subsequently, he picked up the skin with the branch in his hand and looked at it. He said in his deep voice, It's yellow skin. As soon as he said that, Di Jing's expression changed drastically. Dai Wei took a step back immediately and fell onto the ground. Old Shin, did you say that it's a yellow skin? Not bad. Old Shin nodded and said, the yellow-skinned man's back is darker. It's brown or brownish yellow. His belly is lighter, and there's a white spot under his neck. Coupled with the stench, it's obvious. Old Shin, why do you think there are yellow skins by the roadside? Di Jing frowned slightly, feeling a little puzzled. It's hard to say. Old Shin took a deep breath in and said, It's not rare to see a weasel here, but why is there a skin instead of a carcass? Moreover, the shroud that Xiao Dai lost earlier is gone. Could it be that Dai Wei is wearing this? Di Jing said in a strange tone. Old Shin fell silent immediately. Don't say it, don't say it. Dai Wei screamed in fear. He stood up and said, Old Shin, I want to go back. I want to go back. He knew that because of what happened last year, there was a high possibility that he was now being harassed by the yellow-skinned people. For safety's sake, the geographical expedition was all fake. You're leaving? What are we going to do? Di Jing frowned. Dai Wei was the only one in the team who knew how to drive, and the car belonged to him. If he drove the car back, they could only follow. It's useless. However, Old Shin shook his head and said, Xiao Dai, they're already after you. Where can you run to? Into outer space? Then what should I do? Dai Wei was so scared that he almost cried. Old Shin looked at Di Jing when he heard that and sighed softly. Little Di is from the northeast. We can only ask her to help us figure out a way to contact an immortal to resolve the grudge between you guys. I'm going to contact the immortals? Di Jing was stunned. That's right. Old Shin nodded and said, From what I know, most of the immortals are gathered in the northeast. Many people in the northeast believe in the House Protector Immortal and Chuma Immortal. Help Xiao Dai contact a famous sect and get a Chuma disciple to try. Dai Wei begged Di Jing as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Di Jing, I, Dai Wei, have always treated you well. Please don't leave me in the lurch. All right, I'll try my best. Eventually, Di Jing agreed reluctantly. However, she was not confident. After all, she did not know any immortals or Chuma disciples. However, she figured the older generation should know. Let's go. Let's hurry up and get to Gourd Island before the sky turns dark. Old Shin sighed and urged the few of them to go. Dai Wei looked at the piece of skin in the bushes and asked by instinct, what about it? Don't bother about it. This thing is very vengeful. It's useless even if you bury it. Instead, it'll waste our time. Old Shin shook his head and sat in the car. As the car drove, Yi Chen turned his head to look at the forest 100 meters away. He could faintly see a few brownish-yellow silhouettes moving in the forest. He shook his head and looked away. He decided not to bother about it after all. Moreover, Dai Wei was the one who caused this, so naturally he had to bear the consequences himself. Most importantly, he disliked Dai Wei's character. Otherwise, he would have helped him solve the problem. The car ran out of gas after driving for more than 10 kilometers. Just when Dai Wei was about to call the insurance company to send some gas back, a Land Rover passed by. Di Jing hurriedly stopped the car and persuaded it to sell some gas to her. Di Jing did not reject Yi Chen as much this time. The few of them chatted happily. Dai Wei, who was driving, was pissed to see that. He had lusted for Di Jing, so naturally he did not want her to interact with other men too often. Since he had embarrassed himself so many times, naturally he shifted his anger to Yi Chen. He suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Chen when they were less than 20 kilometers away from Haludio. Oh, we're almost there. Where do you plan to get off? Just drop me off at the station, Yi Chen said coldly. Yang Tian had sent him the address before coming. He should be able to find a direct train at the station. Mr. Yi, where's your friend? If it's not far, you can get Dai Wei to drop you off directly, Old Shin said while smiling. Dai Wei secretly scoffed. Dai Wei laughed coldly to himself and wanted to reject him. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. There's no need for that. He was not being polite to Old Shin, but he did not want Dai Wei's karma to implicate him and Yang Tian. Seeing that Old Shin was going to say something, Dai Wei interrupted immediately. All right, Old Shin. Mr. Yi isn't a 3-year-old kid. Are you afraid that he'll get lost? Moreover, we have our own business to attend to. We don't have that much time. Over half an hour later, the off-road vehicle arrived at Haludio's bus station. Please, Mr. Yi, Dai Wei opened the car door and said with a fake smile. He was afraid that Yi Chen would insist on getting a ride. Yi Chen nodded lightly. Just when he was going to get off, Di Jing, who was standing aside, suddenly shouted, Wait! You can call me if you encounter any trouble at Haludio. After all, this is my hometown. My words are more useful than an outsider like you. She took out a name card and passed it to Yi Chen after saying that. Thanks for your kindness, but there's no need for that. Yi Chen rejected her with a cold smile. He walked into the station after getting Iron Tower out of the car. He did not even turn his head back. Di Jing was dumbstruck to see that he did not want her name card. She was a little pissed. Haha, so what if you don't want it? Do you really think I want it? Di Jing, ignore this kind of person. He's so arrogant. Dai Wei sneered and started the car. Di Jing took a good look at the direction where Yi Qin left. She could not help but ask, "Old Shin, who exactly is this Mr. Yi?" Along the way, she noticed that Yi Chen was quiet and aloof. To be exact, he looked down on everything, even though Dai Wei had tried to provoke him time and time again. He ignored him directly with a disdainful attitude. "I've no idea. However, based on my observation, I believe that Mr. Yi is an extraordinary person," Old Shin said while shaking his head. "Haha. Not an ordinary person?" Dai Wei could not help but say, "Old Shin, have you seen an extraordinary person who doesn't take a plane but takes a ride with us shamelessly?" Di Jing thought about it and shook her head. Di Jing thought about it and shook her head. Di Jing thought about it and shook her head. That's right. Chapter 322. Tian'an Airport. A young man in ancient clothes walked out. Behind him was an old man in a gray robe. The old man looked extremely respectful. The aura on the two of them was extremely strong. Due to their strange dressing, the passers-by could not help but look at them. Especially the girls, they were discussing like they were infatuated. "Wow, that young man is so handsome." "That's right. He looks a little like Song Zhongji." A girl wanted to go up and ask for his contact information. However, she did not dare to go up after seeing the old man in a gray robe behind the young man. The young man heard every single word of their discussion, and a hint of mockery appeared on his handsome face. Are the people in the outside world so weak? There's not a single cultivator among thousands of people. It's hard to imagine that such a trashy place would produce someone like Mad Southern Yi. Hee hee. As soon as that was said, the old man behind him followed and said in a low voice, "Young Master Bai, are we going to the Yi family directly?" "Yi family?" The young man narrowed his eyes and said, "Mad Southern Yi isn't here. What's the point of going? It's rare for me to come out. I might as well take a good look at this secular world abandoned by my ancestors." At this point, he seemed to have sensed something and said with an evil smile, "It seems like it's not only the Bai family of Shang Santian who wants Mad Southern Yi dead. Even the Xue family and the Martial Arts Tribunal are here. Interesting, really interesting. The people from the Martial Arts Tribunal are here too." The old man in a gray robe was shocked. His eyes flickered nonstop. "Will they stop us? They won't." Young Master Bai shook his head and said, "If I remember correctly, the secular organization where the Martial Arts Tribunal is located is called the Martial Alliance, right? Wasn't the Martial Alliance's chief killed by Mad Southern Yi? Then their purpose is self-evident." "Young Master Bai, where are we going next?" The old man in a gray robe asked. "Let's go to Beijing to take a look at the so-called capital of China. We can also challenge those so-called powerhouses on the Heaven Leaderboard, especially the number 2 on the Heaven Leaderboard. Since Mad Southern Yi, the number 1 on the Heaven Leaderboard, isn't here, we can only use him to practice. I hope he won't disappoint me too much." Almost after young Master Bai and the others, a middle-aged woman in a black dress walked out, and a middle-aged man with a bun and slightly white temples. The two of them met at the exit of the station. Their gazes met, and an invisible aura clashed. After a while, the middle-aged woman was the first to speak. "I didn't think that even your bloodline would come out. What are your intentions? I was entrusted here by an old friend. The family of my old friend's disciple was destroyed by a madman. More than 200 people died tragically. This hatred must be paid." The middle-aged man said in a low voice. The middle-aged woman's eyes narrowed and she said, "It seems that the disciple with the surname Su from your sword sect is about to step into the martial honored realm, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked others to take action. Aren't you afraid that the dragon soul will take action?" The middle-aged man smiled without saying a word. "I don't care if you touch him, but you're not allowed to touch his wife," the middle-aged woman said expressionlessly. The middle-aged man frowned. "Why?" "The order he received was that no one from the Yi clan should be spared, not even the 2 younger sisters of his old friend's disciple." There's no particular reason. In short, we've taken a liking to this woman. Holudio Bus Terminal. Yi Chen took out his phone and dialed the number that Yang Tian had called earlier. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. Yang Tian was the first to speak. I say, Oldie, are you here or not? I'm dying. I want to see you one last time before I die. I'm here. Send me your location. I'll be there soon, Yi Chen said in between tears and laughter, listening to Yang Tian's tone. People who did not know would think that he was really dying. However, Yi Chen was relieved. He was sure that Yang Tian was really in trouble, but it was not to the point where he was about to die. Okay, hurry up. If you're late, my corpse will be cold. Yang Tian answered and hung up the phone. Soon, Yi Chen received the location that he sent. He then walked to a place where there was no one and lifted his sword gleam. He flew to the address on his sword directly. At the same time, in a bungalow in Kazuo County, a county town in the jurisdiction of Holudio, a mummy-like man with gauze wrapped all over his body was lying on the bed, moaning nonstop. Meanwhile, a pretty lady was sitting by his bed. She had an oval face and was in her early 20s. She looked very pretty. If Yi Chen were there, his eyes would definitely pop out because the mummy-like guy on the bed was Yang Tian. After seeing Yang Tian hang up the phone, the lady said while holding her chin, Brother Yang, is your friend really here? Yes, he's here. Yang Tian moved his body and said while grinning, Don't worry, Ting Ting. My brother is very powerful. He'll definitely save me when he's here. Is your friend really that powerful? The lady called Ting Ting was still in slight disbelief. Of course. Yang Tian nodded immediately and said, In this world, if my brother calls himself the number 2 in the world, nobody dares to call themselves the number 1. You're bragging. Ting Ting chuckled and said, You've offended the Zhu family's god this time. Even my aunt can't afford to offend him. Yang Tian knew that she did not believe him, so he did not bother to explain. Instead, he asked, Oh yeah, where's Aunt Hong? Ting Ting glared at him and said angrily, Of course, she went into the old forest for you. If you really rely on your unreliable friend to save you, the scales on your body will grow to your heart when the 7 days are up. You'll really die by then. To her, Yang Tian was already in such a state. How strong could his so-called brother be? The reason why Yang Tian was so confident was because he had yet to witness the power of the Zhu family. What does Aunt Hong going into the old forest have to do with saving me? Yang Tian was stunned and looked confused. Could it be that she's going to collect herbs to help me remove the scales on my body? Collecting herbs is one of the reasons. Aunt Hong wants to help you beg those few. Ting Ting seemed to have realized something as she spoke to this point, so she stopped talking immediately. Subsequently, she changed the topic and said, Why are you asking so many questions? If even I can't save you, it's useless even if your friend comes. If you ask me, you should call your friend and tell him not to come. Otherwise, he'll be dragged into this. Oh, is that so? At that moment, a calm voice came from outside. It's Oldie. Yang Tian, who was lying on the bed, was overjoyed when he heard the voice. He wanted to get up by instinct, but it affected the wounds on his body. He inhaled sharply in pain. Ting Ting, hurry up and go. My brother is here. As soon as he said that, a skinny young man walked in. A skinny youth walked in. The youth first looked at Ting Ting before his gaze landed on Yang Tian. He said with a smile that wasn't a smile, I say, Yang Tian, are you going to turn into a snake? You have so many scales. Chapter 3:23. Although Yang Tian's body was wrapped in bandages. However, the moment Yi Chen entered the door, he saw through his divine consciousness that there were dense scales all over his body. They looked like snake scales. The scales had penetrated deep into his skin. Fortunately, Yang Tian had smeared a type of herb on his body, temporarily suppressing the speed at which the scales continued to grow. That was why Yi Chen said that Yang Tian was about to turn into a snake. "Old Yi, you're finally here." As soon as he saw him, Yang Tian wanted to jump off the bed. He was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. "I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime." Ting Ting, who was standing aside, was secretly observing Yi Chen. He curled his lips. Big Brother Yang's friend wasn't as powerful as he said. His looks were average, and he wasn't even as handsome as Big Brother Yang. He didn't look like an expert at all. However, after hearing Yang Tian's words, her expression was extremely strange. Two grown men meeting in such a manner. Cut it out! Yi Chen shook his head in between tears and laughter. "Oh, you still can't change the fact that you're talkative even though you're in this state. Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is Shi Ting. You can call her Ting Ting." Yang Tian looked at Ting Ting and introduced. "Hello, Brother Yi." Ting Ting said politely and couldn't help but say, "Brother Yi, you shouldn't have come. If my aunt can't save Brother Yang, thank you for taking care of Yang Tian for me." Yi Chen smiled lightly and sat down. He looked at Yang Tian and said, "Tell me, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to go to Changbai Mountain? How did you offend a Chuma immortal?" He was even more puzzled as to why Yang Tian would appear in this small county and get to know Shi Ting and her aunt. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned this. Once he did, Yang Tian immediately said with tears and snot, "You still have the nerve to say this. 2 months, 2 whole months. Do you know how I survived these 2 months? Take away my wallet and phone. I'm penniless, and I've been picking up trash for a living." Even in front of a girl, a man like Yang Tian forced himself to cry. "In order to save time, I always choose small roads and mountain roads. The problem is that there are no mineral water bottles or cans on the small roads. Sometimes I walk on an empty stomach for a whole day." Yi Chen listened quietly. He had a rough understanding of Yang Tian's life as an ascetic for the past 2 months. During this period of time, Yang Tian's main job was to carry a snakeskin bag and pick up junk. If there was really no junk to pick up, he would go to the construction site and work for a day. After earning 180 yuan, he would then walk for 5 days. The worst thing was that when this guy went to Yanjing, he thought that there would be more trash in the capital and it would be easier to pick up. In the end, he was beaten up by the beggars in the capital, and the 500 yuan that he had painstakingly saved was also stolen by them. Yang Tian's expression became more and more aggrieved. "It wasn't easy for me to get to Holidio, but before I could even feel happy, I was caught by the MLM organization. They robbed me of my 80 yuan and brainwashed me, asking me to give them my relatives and friends' numbers." He paused as he spoke to this point and continued, "I was locked up for 8 days. If the police hadn't taken down this MLM den, I might still be locked up now." The corner of Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. They did not even let go of beggars. Exactly how lowly was this MLM organization? It was no wonder that they were taken down by the police. Ting Ting, who was standing aside, had tears in her eyes. "Brother Yang, how miserable are you?" Before this, she had never heard Yang Tian talk about these things. She thought that he was just an ordinary beggar. It was easy for girls to sympathize. Now that she found out that Yi Chen was the one who caused all of Yang Tian's misery, she could not help but glare at Yi Chen angrily. One could not help but laugh when she saw how angry she was. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. "But is this your own choice?" If Yang Tian had given up halfway, it would prove that he was not suitable for cultivation. The truth proved that he did not disappoint Yi Chen. "So, how did you offend the Cumaxian?" Yi Chen looked at him curiously. Yang Tian said with a depressed expression. It turned out that Yang Tian thought that it would take him twice the time if he were to take the national highway and the highway, so he decided to take the mountain road. He saved Shi Ting, who had sprained her ankle while picking herbs in the old forest. Yang Tian was kind enough to carry Shi Ting out of the old forest and get her family to pick her up. However, both of them encountered 2 animals fighting in the forest. They were a snake and a fox. The snake was bigger and looked a little like a python. The fox seemed tiny before it. Yang Tian picked up a rod and charged over when he saw that the fox was at a disadvantage and was about to be eaten by the snake. He smashed the snake's head with the rod. The snake was not killed. Instead, it ran into the forest while the fox followed it. Yang Tian thought that he had done a good deed. Never had he thought that Ting would say in fear, "Brother Yang, this is a staff fight. You shouldn't have intervened. You've gotten yourself into trouble." Yi Qin could not help but look at Ting when he heard that. What's a staff fight? There are many animals in the mountain. Some of them are more powerful, so they occupy a mountain each. We call these animals rogues. Just like the gangs outside, gangs will fight each other to fight for territory. They're no exception. Ting sighed and said, "If an animal wants to conquer territory, it'll have to challenge the rogues in the territory. It's also called a staff fight. According to the old forest rules, they'll fight based on their abilities. They're not allowed to ask for help, and outsiders are not allowed to intervene." At this point, she couldn't help but look at Yang Tian. The situation at that time was that the fox took the initiative to initiate the battle, but in the end, it couldn't defeat the giant python. According to the rules, if it lost, it would become the python's food. It was very fair and just, but Brother Yang interfered and broke the rules. He offended the python and the entire forest. Yang Tian looked bitter. He had no idea about the rules back then. Yi Qin said in deep thought upon hearing that, "Who set the old forest's rules?" Naturally, the terrifying beings in the old forest said it. Ting said in all seriousness, "All the villagers who live outside of the old forest know about this rule. Therefore, they won't intervene when they enter the mountain to hunt. Instead, they'll turn around and leave." Then the python took revenge on Yang Tian? Yi Chen's eyes flickered a few times. No. Ting shook her head and said, "Brother Yang hit the snake's weak spot. Although it managed to escape, it died later. The person who took revenge on it was Zhu Chao from the Zhu family. Why is there an outsider involved?" Yi Qin was confused. Ting took a deep breath in and said, "Because the Zhu family is a Chuma family. They worship the Willow Immortal. Meanwhile, the snake that Brother Yang killed belongs to the Willow Immortal. Do you understand now?" Chapter 3:24. Dai Wei looked in the direction of Di Jing's voice. How is this possible? The expression on his face was replaced by a touch of horror. "I clearly threw out a shroud. How did it turn into a piece of skin? Let's go take a look." Di Jing did not want to go at first, but she could not suppress her curiosity no matter what. Therefore, she followed Old Shin. Dai Wei clenched his teeth and followed Old Shin. When everyone walked to the side of that piece of skin, in the grass in front of him was a piece of bloody, brownish-yellow skin. It seemed to have been peeled off from an animal, and it gave off a strong, pungent smell. Old Shin looked serious as he turned his head to look at Dai Wei. "Xiao Dai, are you sure you threw the shroud here?" "I'm sure." Dai Wei's expression was extremely ugly. Old Shin nodded. He got a branch to check the area within 20 meters, but he could not find the red shroud at all. Without the shroud, there was an extra piece of skin. At this moment, the great novelty that they had just escaped from a dangerous situation was gone, and a trace of haze appeared in their hearts. Old Shin bowed to the bloody skin first. Subsequently, he picked up the skin with the branch in his hand and looked at it. He said in his deep voice, "It's yellow skin." As soon as he said that, Di Jing's expression changed drastically. Dai Wei took a step back immediately and fell onto the ground. "Old Shin, did you say that it's a yellow skin? Not bad." Old Shin nodded and said, "The yellow skin man's back is darker. It's brown or brownish yellow. His belly is lighter, and there's a white spot under his neck. Coupled with the stench, it's obvious." "Old Shin, why do you think there are yellow skins by the roadside?" Di Jing frowned slightly, feeling a little puzzled. "It's hard to say. Old Shin took a deep breath in and said, "It's not rare to see a weasel here, but why is there a skin instead of a carcass? Moreover, the shroud that Xiao Dai lost earlier is gone. Could it be that Dai Wei is wearing this? Di Jing said in a strange tone. Old Shin fell silent immediately. Don't say it. Dai Wei screamed in fear. He stood up and said, Old Shin, I want to go back. He knew that because of what happened last year, there was a high possibility that he was now being harassed by the yellow-skinned people. For safety's sake, the geographical expedition was all fake. If you're leaving, what are we going to do? Di Jing frowned. Dai Wei was the only one in the team who knew how to drive, and the car belonged to him. If he drove the car back, they could only follow. It's useless. However, Old Shin shook his head and said, Xiao Dai, they're already after you. Where can you run to? Into outer space? Then what should I do? Dai Wei was so scared that he almost cried. Old Shin looked at Di Jing when he heard that and sighed softly. Little Di is from the northeast. We can only ask her to help us figure out a way to contact an immortal to resolve the grudge between you guys. I'm going to contact the immortals? Di Jing was stunned. That's right. Old Shin nodded and said, From what I know, most of the immortals are gathered in the northeast. Many people in the northeast believe in the House Protector Immortal and Chuma Immortal. Help Xiao Dai contact a famous sect and get a Chuma disciple to try. Dai Wei begged Di Jing as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Di Jing, I, Dai Wei, have always treated you well. Please don't leave me in the lurch. All right, I'll try my best. Eventually, Di Jing agreed reluctantly. However, she was not confident. After all, she did not know any immortals or Chuma disciples. However, she figured the older generation should know. Let's go. Let's hurry up and get to Gourd Island before the sky turns dark. Old Shin sighed and urged the few of them to go. Dai Wei looked at the piece of skin in the bushes and asked by instinct, what about it? Don't bother about it. This thing is very vengeful. It's useless even if you bury it. Instead, it'll waste our time. Old Shin shook his head and sat in the car. As the car drove, Yi Chen turned his head to look at the forest 100 meters away. He could faintly see a few brownish-yellow silhouettes moving in the forest. He shook his head and looked away. He decided not to bother about it after all. Moreover, Dai Wei was the one who caused this, so naturally he had to bear the consequences himself. Most importantly, he disliked Dai Wei's character. Otherwise, he would have helped him solve the problem. The car ran out of gas after driving for more than 10 kilometers. Just when Dai Wei was about to call the insurance company to send some gas back, a Land Rover passed by. Di Jing hurriedly stopped the car and persuaded it to sell some gas to her. Di Jing did not reject Yi Chen as much this time. The few of them chatted happily. Dai Wei, who was driving, was pissed to see that. He had lusted for Di Jing, so naturally he did not want her to interact with other men too often. Since he had embarrassed himself so many times, naturally he shifted his anger to Yi Chen. He suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Chen when they were less than 20 kilometers away from Haludio. Oh, we're almost there. Where do you plan to get off? Just drop me off at the station, Yi Chen said coldly. Yang Tian had sent him the address before coming. He should be able to find a direct train at the station. Mr. Yi, where's your friend? If it's not far, you can get Dai Wei to drop you off directly, Old Shin said while smiling. Dai Wei secretly scoffed. Dai Wei laughed coldly to himself and wanted to reject him. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. There's no need for that. He was not being polite to Old Shin, but he did not want Dai Wei's karma to implicate him and Yang Tian. Seeing that Old Shin was going to say something, Dai Wei interrupted immediately. All right, Old Shin. Mr. Yi isn't a 3-year-old kid. Are you afraid that he'll get lost? Moreover, we have our own business to attend to. We don't have that much time. Over half an hour later, the off-road vehicle arrived at Haludio's bus station. Please, Mr. Yi. Daiwei opened the car door and said with a fake smile. He was afraid that Yi-chan would insist on getting a ride. Yi-chan nodded lightly. Just when he was going to get off, Di-jing, who was standing aside, suddenly shouted, "Wait! You can call me if you encounter any trouble at Haludio. After all, this is my hometown. My words are more useful than an outsider like you." She took out a name card and passed it to Yi-chan after saying that. "Thanks for your kindness, but there's no need for that." Yi-chan rejected her with a cold smile. He walked into the station after getting Iron Tower out of the car. He did not even turn his head back. Di-jing was dumbstruck to see that he did not want her name card. She was a little pissed. Haha, so what if you don't want it? Do you really think I want it? Di-jing, ignore this kind of person. He's so arrogant. Dai-wei sneered and started the car. Di-jing took a good look at the direction where Yi-chan left. She could not help but ask, "Old Shin, who exactly is this Mr. Yi?" Along the way, she noticed that Yi-chan was quiet and aloof. To be exact, he looked down on everything, even though Dai-wei had tried to provoke him time and time again. He ignored him directly with a disdainful attitude. "I've no idea. However, based on my observation, I believe that Mr. Yi is an extraordinary person," Old Shin said while shaking his head. Haha. Extraordinary person? Dai-wei could not help but say, "Old Shin, have you seen an extraordinary person who doesn't take a plane but takes a ride with us shamelessly?" Di-jing thought about it and shook her head. Di-jing thought about it and shook her head. It made sense. Chapter 325. Tiannan Airport. Sui_Meng, a young man in ancient clothes, walked out. Behind him was an old man in a gray robe. The old man looked extremely respectful. The aura on the two of them was extremely powerful. Due to their strange dressing, the passers-by could not help but look at them, especially the girls. They were discussing like they were infatuated. "Wow, that young man is so handsome." "That's right. He looks a little like Song Jongji." A girl wanted to go up and ask for his contact information. However, she did not dare to go up after seeing the old man in a gray robe behind the young man. The young man heard every single word of their discussion, and a hint of mockery appeared on his handsome face. Are the people in the outside world so weak? There's not a single cultivator among thousands of people. It's hard to imagine that such a trashy place would produce someone like Mad Southerny. Hee hee. As soon as that was said, the old man behind him followed and said in a low voice, "Young master Bai, are we going to the Yi family directly?" "Yi family?" The young man narrowed his eyes and said, "Mad Southerny isn't here. What's the point of going? It's rare for me to come out. I might as well take a good look at this secular world abandoned by my ancestors." At this point, he seemed to have sensed something and said with an evil smile, "It seems like it's not only the Bai family of Shang Santian who wants Mad Southerny dead. Even the Shui family and the Martial Arts Tribunal are here. Interesting, really interesting. The people from the Martial Arts Tribunal are here too." The gray-robed old man was shocked. His eyes flickered nonstop. "Will they stop us? They won't." Young Master Bai shook his head and said, "If I remember correctly, the secular organization where the Martial Arts Tribunal is located is called the Martial Alliance, right? Wasn't the Martial Alliance's chief killed by Mad Southerny? Then their purpose is self-evident." "Young Master Bai, where are we going next?" the gray-robed old man asked. "Let's go to Beijing to take a look at the so-called capital of China. We can also challenge those so-called powerhouses on the Heaven Leaderboard, especially the number 2 on the Heaven Leaderboard. Mad Southerny, the number 1 on the Heaven Leaderboard, isn't here, so we can only use him to practice. I hope he won't disappoint me too much." Almost after young Master Bai and the others, a middle-aged woman in a black dress walked out, and a middle-aged man with a bun and slightly white temples. The two of them met at the exit of the station. Their gazes met, and an invisible aura clashed. After a while, the middle-aged woman was the first to speak. I didn't think that even your bloodline would come out. What are your intentions? I was entrusted here by an old friend. The family of my old friend's disciple was destroyed by a madman. More than 200 people died tragically. This hatred must be paid. The middle-aged man said in a low voice. The middle-aged woman's eyes narrowed, and she said, "It seems that the disciple with the surname Su from your sword sect is about to step into the martial honored realm, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked others to take action. Aren't you afraid that the dragon's soul will take action?" The middle-aged man smiled without saying a word. "I don't care if you touch him, but you're not allowed to touch his wife," the middle-aged woman said expressionlessly. The middle-aged man frowned. Why? The order he received was that no one from the Yi clan should be spared, not even the 2 younger sisters of his old friend's disciple. There's no particular reason. In short, we've taken a liking to this woman. Helidio bus terminal. Yi Chen took out his phone and dialed the number that Yang Tian had called earlier. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. Yang Tian was the first to speak. "I say, oldie, are you here or not? I'm dying. I want to see you one last time before I die." "I'm here. Send me your location." "I'll be there soon," Yi Chen said in between tears and laughter. Listening to Yang Tian's tone, people who did not know would think that he was really dying. However, Yi Chen was relieved. He was sure that Yang Tian was really in trouble, but it was not to the point where he was about to die. "All right, hurry up. My body will be cold if you're late." Yang Tian responded and hung up the phone. Soon, Yi Chen received the location that he sent. He then walked to a place where there was no one and lifted his sword gleam. He flew to the address on his sword directly. At the same time, in a bungalow in Kazuo County, a county town in the jurisdiction of Helidio, a mummy-like man with gauze wrapped all over his body was lying on the bed, moaning nonstop. Meanwhile, a pretty lady was sitting by his bed. She had an oval face and was in her early 20s. She looked very pretty. If Yi Chen were there, his eyes would definitely pop out because the mummy-like guy on the bed was Yang Tian. After seeing Yang Tian hang up the phone, the lady held her chin and said, "Brother Yang, is your friend really here?" "Yes, he's here." Yang Tian moved his body and said while grinning, "Don't worry, Ting Ting. My brother is very powerful. He'll definitely save me when he's here." "Is your friend really that powerful?" The lady called Ting Ting was still in slight disbelief. "Of course." Yang Tian nodded immediately and said, "In this world, if my brother says that he's the number 2 in the world, nobody dares to say that they're the number 1. "You're bragging." Ting Ting chuckled and said, "You've offended the Zhu family's god this time. Even my aunt can't afford to offend him." Yang Tian knew that she did not believe him, so he did not bother to explain. Instead, he asked, "Oh yeah, where's Aunt Hong?" Ting Ting glared at him and said angrily, "Of course, she went into the old forest for you. If you really rely on that unreliable friend of yours to save you, the scales on your body will grow to your heart when the 7 days are up. You'll really die by then." To her, Yang Tian was already in such a state. Yang Tian was already in such a state. How strong could his so-called brother be? The reason why Yang Tian was so confident was because he had yet to witness the power of the Zhu family. What does Aunt Hong going into the old forest have to do with saving me? Yang Tian was stunned and looked confused. Could it be that she's going to collect herbs to help me remove the scales on my body? Collecting herbs is one of the reasons. Aunt Hong wants to help you beg those few. Ting Ting seemed to have realized something as she spoke to this point. She stopped talking immediately. Subsequently, she changed the topic and said, "Why are you asking so many questions? If even I can't save you, it's useless even if your friend comes. If you ask me, you should call your friend and tell him not to come. Otherwise, he'll be dragged into this." "Oh, is that so?" At that moment, a calm voice came from outside. "It's old Yi." Yang Tian, who was lying on the bed, was overjoyed when he heard the voice. He wanted to get up by instinct, but it affected the wounds on his body. He inhaled sharply in pain. Ting Ting, hurry up and go. My brother is here. As soon as he said that. Chapter 326. As soon as Yi Qin and Yang Tian walked out of Aunt Hong's house, someone stepped on the gas pedal behind them. The sound of someone stepping on the accelerator came from behind, and he looked back. He saw a Honda driving over. Shi Ting was the driver, while Aunt Hong was sitting in the passenger seat. The car eventually stopped next to them. Shi Ting waved and said, "Get in, guys." Yang Tian was confused. "Why are you guys here? If we didn't come, could it be that we'd just watch you die?" Shi Ting rolled her eyes and said snappily. Aunt Hong said coldly, "Get in, both of you. I'll help you guys this once for Ting Ting's sake. However, I'll make it clear first. Don't say anything when we get to the Zhu residence. I'll handle everything. I'll try my best to resolve the grudge between you guys." She paused as she spoke to this point and looked at Yi Chen and Yang Tian coldly. She said, "Don't blame me if you guys die if you don't listen to me." Yang Tian looked at Yi Chen instantly. Yi Chen got into their car after snickering softly. At the same time, at the Zhu residence, Di Jing went to him immediately when she saw Zhu Chao walking out. She said politely, "Celestial Zhu, may I know when you're going to resolve the sin in my friend's body?" Dai Wei looked at Zhu Chao anxiously. Zhu Chao suppressed his anger from being forced to use witchcraft and looked at Dai Wei and the other two. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. "It's simple if you want me to resolve the grudge between the Huang family and you guys. 100 million yuan. What? 100 million yuan? Dai Wei was shocked. Di Jing was stunned at first. Then she said angrily, "But you promised us earlier." "Can't I go back on my word?" Zhu Chao scoffed. "Wait to die if you don't have 100 million yuan. To be honest, this brat killed the direct relative of the Huang family's immortal back then. If I didn't do anything, he would definitely die. Celestial Zhu, but we don't have that much money." Aye. Dai Wei was so scared that he almost knelt onto the ground. He had to spend a lot of money just to fork out 1 million yuan, let alone 100 million yuan. Then let's think about it. Di Jing took a deep breath and gave Dai Wei a look before turning around to leave. The reason why she did not say that she did not have that much money was purely because she did not want to completely ruin Zhu Chao's path. Just as the group was about to leave, they heard a scream from outside. Then they saw 2 burly men flying in. The next moment, 3 men and 2 women walked in from the gate of the Zhu family's villa. Dai Wei exclaimed subconsciously when he saw the person walking in front. "Why is it him?" Di Jing and Old Shin were also dumbstruck. "Mr. Yi?" Yi Chen saw them too and was stunned. How could it be them? "Old Yi, what's wrong?" Yang Tian, who was standing beside him, could not help but ask when he saw him stop. Aunt Hong sneered. "Are you afraid now?" She thought Yi Chen was regretting his decision after entering the Zhu residence. "I'm fine." Yi Chen shook his head and was going to speak. Zhu Chao, who was behind Dai Wei and the rest, glanced at Yi Chen first. He eventually had his eyes fixed on Yang Tian. He said in an extremely grim manner, "Yang, how dare you come to me? You've really barged into hell. Zhu Chao, Grandpa is here for revenge. Don't worry, with my brother here. You're the one who's going to suffer this time." Yang Tian felt guilty, but he still retorted coldly. Zhu Chaokai looked at Yi Chen. Subsequently, he looked like he had heard something funny. "Is this brat the helper that you hired? But it doesn't seem very powerful." Hearing this, Di Jing, Dai Wei, and the other 2 were puzzled. Although they had no idea why they would bump into Yi Chen here, Yi Chen and the rest seemed to have a grudge against great immortal Zhu. Dai Wei smirked as he thought to this point. He quickly turned around and said to Zhu Chao, "Didi Zhu, I know who this fella is. Tell me, I might consider saving your life." Zhu Chao gave a short response, looking like he did not care. Dai Wei was elated to hear that. He stretched his arm and pointed at Yi Qin. Great immortal Zhu, this brat's name is Yi Qin. In reality, he's not an expert at all. He's just a guy who likes to act mysterious. He even hitched a ride with me earlier. Xiao Dai Wei. Old Shin and Di Jing glared at him angrily as soon as he said that. Clearly, they did not expect him to betray Yi Qin to please Zhu Chao. Dai Wei ignored him and sneered. Brat, you can't blame me. You should blame yourself for bumping into me. It's better for me to die than for you. Xiao Dai, I'm so disappointed in you. Old Shin sighed softly and left. He smiled apologetically when he arrived next to Yi Qin. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. Di Jing glanced at Dai Wei and left too. Dai Wei completely panicked as soon as they left. He dared not stay any longer and followed them immediately. However, he glanced at Yi Qin gloatingly before he left. If I die, you won't live either. Yi Qin did not even bother to stop him. The reason being, Dai Wei was already a dead man to him. The smile on Zhu Chao's face was getting brighter after hearing what Dai Wei said earlier. He said to Yi Qin while looking at him, Brat, I don't know where you got your courage from to provoke me. Just when Yi Qin was going to speak, Aunt Hong, who was behind him, took a step forward and said coldly, It's because of me. Aunt Hong? Zhu Chao frowned, clearly afraid. He proceeded to speak coldly, I should have guessed it. I'm sure you're the one who removed the witchcraft spell from that brat Yang's body. Am I right? Are you really going to go against me for that brat? To him, Yi Qin had no cultivation base and did not look like a Chuma disciple. It was impossible for him to break his witchcraft spell. Aunt Hong sighed and said, Zhu Chao, although Yang Tian broke the Old Forest rule and accidentally killed the Willow Immortal's disciple, you took revenge on him earlier. The reason why the immortal behind you came to the world is to accumulate merit. Why don't you give me face and stop now? Give you face? Zhu Chao chuckled. Aunt Hong, why don't you look in the mirror and see who you are? Do you really think I'm afraid of you just because the immortal behind you is from the Willow Immortal? As soon as he was done speaking, he performed a strange hand seal with both hands and subsequently shouted, Master, please come to me. In the next second, a gust of cold wind blew. The tree branches in the villa's courtyard fell toward him as if they were going to fall from the strong wind. At the same time, a shadow appeared behind Zhu Chao. The shadow overlapped with Zhu Chao's shadow slowly. He looked again. There was a ferocious aura on Zhu Chao's body. Many black scales grew on his face, and his eyes were like a snake's. He looked evil. Chapter 327. Outside the Zhu residence. Dai Wei saw the Honda next to him as soon as he walked out. He recalled that it was Yi Qin and the rest car. After scoffing twice, he took out a dagger and stabbed it into the Honda's tire directly. The air in the tire leaked out completely. None of you can run now. Coldness flashed through Dai Wei's eyes. Subsequently, he walked to the off-road vehicle behind the Honda. Old Shin and Di Jing were sitting in it at the moment. Both of their expressions turned grim as soon as they saw him. Old Shin could not help but say, Xiao Dai, Mr. Yi has nothing to do with you. Why are you trying to harm him? Old Shin, I don't like what you said. Am I trying to harm him? I just wanted to expose his identity. Dai Wei tried to defend himself. Old Shin waved. Forget it. Let's go. I just hope that Mr. Yi is safe. Di Jing secretly shook her head upon hearing that. She had heard about Zhu Chao's power before. He had an immortal with 200 years of cultivation behind him. Yi Qin would definitely die if he offended him. Oh no, the immortal behind him is possessing him. Aunt Hong's expression changed when she saw that the aura on Zhu Chao was getting more and more intense. She performed a hand seal immediately. Immortal possession to help me. Compared to Zhu Chao's strangeness, Aunt Hong's immortal possession was much calmer. Aunt Hong's immortal possession appeared a lot calmer. After a gust of wind blew past, A lot of white hair grew on Aunt Hong's hands. Aunt Hong's face also became a little pointy. Her chin was very long, making her look like a fox. Yang Tian said while stammering, "I am possessed by an immortal now." Aunt Hong glared at him coldly. That was all it took. Yang Tian felt an invisible pressure like a meteorite falling on him. It was suffocating him. Shi Ting tugged the corner of his shirt immediately and said softly, "Don't talk. The immortal doesn't want people to disrespect it." Yi Chen, who was standing aside, squinted slightly. His divine consciousness noticed that there was black energy in Zhu Chao and Aunt Hong's bodies at the moment. It looked like they were possessed by a ghost. However, it was a soul possession, while the duo was being controlled by a qi. To be exact, it was demonic qi. At this moment, Song Chao opened his mouth. A cold voice came from his mouth. "Husanang, you and I are both from the same faction. Why are you helping an outsider?" Hearing this voice, Yang Tian and Shi Ting felt their bodies turn cold as goosebumps uncontrollably appeared on their skin. Initially, I didn't want to interfere, but Aunt Hong and I were fated in the mortal world in our previous life. In this life, I've also relied on her to cultivate countless merits. On the other hand, Aunt Hong's voice was unusually clear. It was high-pitched and delicate, as if she was singing an opera. Since it's her request, I naturally won't reject it. Lu Man's death is destined. I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't do everything you can, or you'll be punished by the heavens. Then there's nothing to talk about. Your immortal fox lineage and my immortal willow lineage have been fighting for a long time. Let's see who's stronger today." Zhu Chao was so angry that he laughed. He suddenly spat out a long tongue that went straight toward Aunt Hong like a bolt of lightning. Aunt Hong did not panic. 2 white fox tails appeared behind her and swept toward the forked tongue. Two-tailed fox? Yi Chen came to a realization when he saw that. It was said that the fox clan could only grow 1 tail every 100 years of cultivation, and it would take 1,000 years of cultivation to grow 9 tails, and the 9-tailed fox had the highest status in the fox clan. In that case, the being in Auntie Hong's body should have a cultivation base of 200 years. Hence, when it said that Auntie Hong was fated with it in her past life, it seemed to be true. After all, a mortal's life was only a few decades long, compared to his calmness. Yang Tian, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. After all, this was his first time witnessing a battle between Chuma mortals. Shi Ting clenched her fists. He was so nervous that he could die. After Aunt Hong's 2 tails wrapped around Zhu Chao's tongue, she bound it tightly like vines, preventing it from taking another step forward. All right. Shi Ting was pleasantly surprised. However, the next moment, all of a sudden, a black shadow leaped out of Zhu Chao's body. The black shadow was like a venomous snake. It rolled up a black aura and bared its fangs at Aunt Hong. Aunt Hong's pretty face had a slight change of expression. She recalled her tails immediately and retreated. She then leaped onto the roof. Zhu Chao chased after her, and the duo began fighting on the roof again. Shi Ting wanted to go up, but she lacked the ability to do so. At that moment, Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Your aunt is going to lose." Uft! Shi Ting glared at him and was rather mad. "My aunt won't lose. You jinxed it. You be **starred. My aunt is fighting Zhu Chao because of you guys." Yi Chen said nothing after noticing that she could not win. The immortal in Aunt Hong's body must be a kind person. It must have never fought anyone before and lacked battle experience. How could it be a match for the immortal in Zhu Chao's body, who was full of tricks? As expected, in less than 10 minutes, Aunt Hong's body fell hard from the roof. White fur danced in the air. Shi Ting's pretty face changed. She ran over and helped her up immediately. She was so anxious that she almost cried. "Aunt, are you all right?" Shi Ting's pretty face changed, and she hurriedly ran over to help her up. She was so anxious that she almost cried. "Aunt, are you okay?" "Old Yi, one of her tails is broken," Yang Tian said. Yi Chen nodded. Losing a fox's tail was equivalent to losing 100 years of cultivation. Ha ha ha, Hu Sanyang, do you know why you're no match for me? A hysterical laugh came. Zhu Chao leaped from the roof and said proudly, "That's because you immortal foxes are too kind. To be exact, you're too cowardly. You're so cowardly that you don't even eat meat. You don't even eat bird eggs. You only eat fruits to fill your stomachs. You're so cowardly that you've lost your determination to fight." The aura on Aunt Hong's body vanished completely upon hearing that. The immortal in her body had finally left after losing a tail. "Aunt Hong, Hu Sanyang is gone. I'd like to see how you're going to fight me. You guys will definitely die today." Zhu Chao walked to the people one step after another. Aunt Hong looked at Shirting, and then at Yi Chen and Yang Tian. Despair filled her face. "I've tried my best." As soon as she was done speaking, she fainted on the spot. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." Shirting glared at Yi Chen angrily upset. "If you didn't insist on coming, why would my aunt come? Great, you're happy now." Yi Chen was rather speechless from the scolding. He did not get Aunt Hong to come with him, did he? He did not even get Aunt Hong to get the immortal to help. Go to hell, Yang Tian. Song Chao glared at Yi Chen and Yang Tian coldly, the long tongue that he had earlier shot out of his mouth again. Yang Tian hesitated and wanted to stand before Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen shouted softly, "Iron Tower!" Bang! A gigantic silhouette leaped from the side and arrived before Yi Chen directly. The ground shook intensely when it stomped on the ground as if a mountain had collapsed. Chapter 328. Kacha Iron Tower's appearance caused a crack to appear on the ground. Shi Ting and Yang Tian were dumbfounded as they stared at its 5 meters tall body. They felt that they were very small. Before this, Iron Tower's height shrunk to 9 meters. Although he looked tall, he did not seem to exist as he never spoke. The duo thought he was just Yi Chen's bodyguard. However, what happened before them turned their knowledge upside down. Iron Tower did not dodge Zhu Chao's giant tongue that was charging at him at high speed. Instead, he stretched his arm out to grab the tongue. Oh no! Zhu Chao's pupils shrunk. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Chen to have such a huge bodyguard. He wanted to retract his tongue by instinct, but Iron Tower was faster than him. He grabbed his tongue and pulled it hard. Bang! The tongue was torn off forcefully. His technique was brutal. Zhu Chao grunted and took 2 steps back consecutively. He looked at Iron Tower with fear in his eyes. "Who are you?" "I was too careless. I initially thought that Aunt Hong was their biggest support. I can't believe that this hunk is actually an expert." Tai Ta did not reply to his question. Instead, he charged towards him with his huge body. In reality, he was already a dead person, so he did not know how to speak. With every step he took, the ground would tremble, as if he was made of metal. That's terrifying. Shi Ting's eyes were blank. Damn it! Black armor method. Zhu Chao was enraged as he shouted. The clothes on his body exploded, and dense black scales grew on his skin. Even his hands were no exception. From afar, he looked like a half-human, half-snake monster. Die. He threw a punch with a ferocious expression. It was called the black armor method. It was the specialty of the immortal in his body. It could make scales grow on the surface of his body. The scales were invulnerable, and even bullets could not penetrate them. Watch out! Yang Tian and Shi Ting screamed at the same time. To their surprise, Iron Tower did not retreat at all facing Zhu Chao's punch. Instead, he charged forward. Bang! Zhu Chao's punch landed. What shocked him was when his fist landed on Tai Ta's chest. It was as if he had struck a metal plate. Not only did he not injure Tai Ta, but the scales on his hand had also been shaken off. How is this possible? Zhu Chao was terrified. Meanwhile, Tai Ta threw a punch. It was a very clean punch, without any fancy movements at all. However, the force contained within it was enough to tear the surrounding air to shreds. Retreat! Zhu Chao's expression changed. He subconsciously wanted to move to the side, but Tai Ta's fist had already arrived halfway. It directly punched through half of his shoulder. He let out a blood-curdling screech as his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew for more than 10 meters, and when he looked again, his left shoulder was completely gone and blood was spurting out nonstop. Too scary. Shi Ting's pretty face was pale as she shivered. When had she ever seen such a bloody and violent scene? Isn't that a monster in human form? Yang Tian gulped. If an ordinary person were to take Tai Ta's punch, they would be crippled on the spot, even if they did not die. However, Zhu Chao could still move. He said to Tai Ta immediately after struggling to stand up, "Stop! The grudge between me and Yang Tian is over, but you can't attack me anymore." He was really scared. Tai Ta was like a human monster without any flaws. His strength was extremely violent, and even an immortal could not do anything to him. Therefore, he decided to admit defeat. It would not be too late to take revenge after saving his life. "Kill him, Tai Ta!" However, Yi Qin shook his head. Zhu Chao's expression changed drastically upon hearing that. He shouted in rage, "Master, take me away. Take me away now. I don't want to die." He seemed to be talking to the immortal in his body. As soon as he was done speaking, his body floated. His body suddenly floated up, and a black aura wrapped around him, carrying him into the distance at an extremely fast speed. "Oldie, he's running away." Yang Tian was shocked. "Where are you going?" Yi Qin chuckled. The next moment, Tai Ta's body tilted slightly in the direction that Zhu Chao was running in. Afterwards, he stomped on the ground with both feet, and his entire body shot into the air like a rocket. In the end, he stomped down on Zhu Chao, who was on the ground. Not good. Zhu Chao panicked, and all the hair on his body stood on end. He mustered all the strength in his body and leaped, shooting more than 10 meters away. When he looked up again, what greeted him was a kick. Boom! The ground 10 meters around Zhu Chao was directly stomped by Tai Ta, forming a huge crater. Amidst the rubble, a badly mutilated corpse twitched slightly. Who else could it be but Zhu Chao? Even under the protection of the mysterious armor technique, he was still stomped to death by Tai Ta. Seeing this scene, the scene was dead silent. Shi Ting and Yang Tian stared blankly at the scene. When they came to their senses, they simultaneously felt their stomachs churning, and then they vomited on the spot. Too terrifying, too cruel. Both of their minds were trembling. Although Yang Tian had seen Yi Qin fight before, the way Yi Qin fought was not as brutal as this. It was a black energy leaped out of Zhu Chao's broken body and shot into the sky. It seemed to be trying to escape. "What's that?" Yang Tian exclaimed. Yi Qin chuckled softly and stretched his arm out to grab the black energy. He grabbed the black energy, and there was a faint, shrill scream coming from it. "Let me go, let me go." The black energy consolidated into a snake gradually. Shi Ting, who was standing aside, said by instinct, "It's Zhu Chao's immortal, the Willow Immortal. Let me go, and I promise I won't offend you guys anymore." The black energy was still begging. If it was killed, its 200 years of hard cultivation would be over. Yi Chen smiled calmly. "Give me a reason to let you go." To him, these immortals who had boundless supernatural power were no different from the demonic beasts in the cultivation world. After building the country, there was a rule that forbade them from becoming demons, so they hid deep in the mountains and forests. They lived in fear. Now that everything was peaceful, they came out to stir up trouble again. "My father is the mysterious Snake King. He won't let you go if you dare to kill me," the black energy said while shaking. Yi Qin and Yang Tian could not help but look at Shi Ting. Shi Ting's face turned pale, and she said immediately, In the northeast, there are 5 kings among the 5 immortals. They're the Black Bear King, the Mysterious Snake King, the Weasel King, the Hedgehog King, and the Rat King. Even my aunt and her immortal have to kneel before them. That's right, that's right. The black energy was secretly delighted to see the fear on Sher Ting's face. It said again, "My father is one of the 5 kings, the Mysterious Snake King." You can't. Before it could finish its sentence, it was instantly crushed into pieces. Yi Qin shook his head, lightly. "You're too noisy. P.S. There's 4 more chapters. Night." Chapter 329. Almost at the same time, Yi Chen crushed the black energy in Zhu Chao's body. A shrill, furious roar came from the depths of the old forest that Shirting, An Hong, and the rest were in awe. This furious roar actually caused the dark clouds in the sky above the old forest to scatter. Following that, it began to rain heavily. All the beasts in the old forest crawled on the ground and shivered. Located at the highest peak of Jiamusi, the peak was like a sharp sword that pierced through the clouds. It was so tall that one could not see its peak. The locals used to say that even eagles that were good at flying could not fly over this peak. However, what outsiders had no idea was that there was a small temple on the peak. The temple was approximately 100 square meters, and it did not enshrine a Buddha statue or a god statue. Instead, it was a stone statue that looked like a giant python. The giant python was ferocious and terrifying. It was like an evil god that looked down on everyone with an extraordinary aura. Regular people would lose their minds if they laid their eyes on someone. Meanwhile, there was a bald old man in a monk's robe before the stone statue. The old man sat on a futon with his eyes closed as if he was meditating. If one were to look closer, one would notice that there was an eagle standing on its shoulder. The eagle was unusually fat and had a sharp gaze. At the moment, the eagle could not stop pecking at the flesh on the old man's shoulder. Each time a piece of flesh was pecked off, a new piece would grow out. If an outsider were to see that, they would definitely be so shocked that they would be speechless. The old man seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes and looked at the stone statue before him. A red gleam lit up in the giant python statue's eyes all of a sudden. Subsequently, it spoke human language. "Shin Songxing, my son has been killed. Remember this person's aura and bring me his head and soul." Shi Ting was stunned to see that Yi Qin had really killed the immortal in Zhu Chao's body. She only snapped back to her senses a moment later and looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. "Why, you killed him? Am I supposed to keep him alive for the new year if I don't kill him?" Yi Chen was amused. Shi Ting was furious. "He said that he's the Mysterious Snake King's son. How dare you kill him? I don't care if he's the Mysterious Snake King or not. I've killed him," Yi Chen said calmly. "Why you?" Shi Ting was furious. All right, let's go back." Yang Tian hurriedly mediated. He asked Shi Ting to help her up and walked out of the Zhu family's villa. When they got into the car and started it, they found that the tires were flat. Yang Tian got out of the car and checked. When he saw that the tires were punctured, he could not help but curse. "Which bastard punctured our tires? If I get my hands on him, I'll fuck him until he shits out." "Let's take a taxi back," Yi Chen said thoughtfully. An hour later at Aunt Hong's house. Aunt Hong, who had just woken up, looked at Yi Chen in shock. "You guys killed Zhu Chao? Even the immortals behind him were destroyed?" Just when Yi Chen was going to speak, Shi Ting pointed at Iron Tower next to her angrily. "Auntie, this big guy killed him." "He killed them?" Aunt Hong was stunned. She thought it was Yi Chen who killed him. Never had she thought that Iron Tower, whom she had neglected earlier, had killed him. Shi Ting immediately nodded and said, "This guy is so powerful. He's like a giant. He trampled Zhu Chao to death with 1 foot." Come to think of it, she found it unbelievable. Aunt Hong clasped her fists at Iron Tower and said, "May I know how to address you, sir?" However, Iron Tower did not say a word. Aunt Hong, who treated Iron Tower as an expert, did not mind at all. She then looked at Yi Qin and asked in doubt, "Is this, sir, your bodyguard?" "I guess so." Yi Qin nodded. "It seems like I've misjudged you. You're not an ordinary person." Aunt Hong took a good look at him. She treated Yi Qin as some wealthy family's disciple by instinct. Otherwise, how could he have such a powerful bodyguard? "Auntie, Zhu Chao and his immortal are dead. Before he died, the immortal said that his father's the mysterious Snake King." Shi Ting said while frowning. Aunt Hong's expression changed at that moment. "What did you say? The mysterious Snake King?" "That's right." Shi Ting nodded immediately and glared at Yi Qin ferociously. "It's this guy. He killed his father after finding out that the mysterious Snake King is his father. This time he has pierced the heavens." Aunt Hong fell onto the ground, her face pale. Yang Tian's heart sank. He could not help but ask, "Aunt Hong, is this mysterious Snake King really that powerful?" "It's more than amazing." Aunt Hong smiled bitterly. "We, the 5 kings of the 5 northeastern immortals, are above all the other immortals. All 5 of them have cultivated for close to 1,000 years and have exceedingly powerful magic power. However, this mysterious snake monarch is even more terrifying. What do we do now? Is it too late for us to run?" Yang Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "You said before that as long as we leave Shanghai Pass, they will not be able to do anything to us." Although he had confidence in Yi Qin before this, he was not confident in Yi Qin. At this moment, he couldn't help but panic. That was an existence that had cultivated for close to 1,000 years. Even if a pig cultivated for 1,000 years, it would be enough to hang and beat everything. It's useless. Aunt Hong shook her head slightly. "The mysterious Snake King has many subordinates. I'm sure they're waiting for you near the Shanghai Pass. You'll be captured as soon as you enter. Aunt, the mysterious Snake King shouldn't be able to come out, right?" Shi Ting asked with a pale face. Yang Tian asked, "Why can't you come out?" Aunt Hong took a deep breath and said, "Those 5 stay in the old forest all year round, so they won't come out easily. Once they come out, they'll release their auras and trigger the lightning tribulation." Hearing this, Yang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Aunt Hong chuckled and said, "But don't forget that Zhu Chao is only a 200-year-old Chuma immortal disciple, and he's already so powerful. How powerful are the 5 Chuma disciples? For example, Shen Songxing, Huang Xie by Shiny In Santong and Shi Chenma." As soon as he said that, Shi Ting cried out in despair. Yes, although the 5 kings could not come out, they still had Chuma disciples in the outside world. Moreover, the abilities of these 5 were equally unfathomable. It was enough to crush the other Chuma disciples. Yi Qin shook his head lightly. He would not be afraid even if the 5 kings were here, let alone the 5 kings' disciples. There's only one way now. Aunt Hong pondered for a moment before she said, "We'll look for the person who crossed the bridge to help us resolve this grudge." "What person who crossed the bridge?" Yang Tian asked. Aunt Hong hesitated and said in her deep voice, "The middleman. You guys will follow me to a place later. Whether you guys can be saved depends on them." "There's no need for that, Aunt Hong. I'll wait here for the mysterious Snake King's Chuma disciples to come. I'll kill them as well," Yi Qin said while shaking his head. Shi Ting glared at him immediately. "Hey, how can you still joke at a time like this? My aunt is doing this for you. Moreover, do you think you can fight Shen Songxing just because you have your bodyguards?" She paused as she spoke to this point and continued without holding back. "I'm not afraid to tell you that Shen Songxing can still kill your bodyguards even if he doesn't get the mysterious Snake King to possess him." Chapter 330. Yi Qin was surprised. "Why?" Aunt Hong said with fear written all over her face. "That's because not only is Shen Songxing a Chuma disciple, but he's also one of the shaman's elders. He knows witchcraft, and someone once saw him kill a so-called martial Dao master in the outside world. an illuminating god expert with just a finger. Yi Chen came to a realization. Naturally, his ability should not be underestimated, since he could kill a martial Dao master and an illuminating god expert with a single finger. It was no wonder that Ant Hong, Shi Ting, and the rest were afraid of him. He thought to this point. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. So what if that was the case? He had killed more than one martial Dao master. He had killed an illuminating god too. Ant Hong sighed and said, after noticing that he did not care, "Let's go. Follow me to the Hu residence. Oldie, let's go take a look." It's Ant Hong's good intention. Yang Tian could not help but persuade him. To him, Yi Chen would not be able to handle 5 1,000-year-old demons, no matter how good he was at fighting. Yi Chen could not argue with him, so he could only agree to it. At that moment, the insurance company had driven the car over. Ant Hong got Shi Ting to drive after calling them over. Over an hour later, the car arrived at a villa. Ant Hong looked at the villa and reminded them, "Don't talk nonsense when we get in. Don't argue, no matter what they say. Ant Hong, who lives in this villa, why are you so afraid of them?" Yang Tian asked out of curiosity. Shi Ting rolled her eyes at him. "Don't you know about the northeastern Hu family?" Yang Tian shook his head to indicate that he had no idea. Ant Hong introduced. The Hu family is one of the most famous Chuma immortal families in the Northeast. They worship the immortal fox. It's said that one of the immortal fox lineages passed the heavenly tribulation hundreds of years ago. When she was about to be listed as an immortal, she died and was reincarnated as a human. The Hu family in front of us is her descendant. Being listed as an immortal? That was almost every Chuma immortal's goal. Therefore, they could not stop accumulating merit. Yang Tian secretly smiled. He treated it as a legend. "Aunt, why isn't the immortal fox among the 5 kings?" Shi Ting mumbled as if she recalled something. "The immortal fox isn't among the 5 kings. Aunt, can you ask the Hu family for help? What if they don't give you face?" "Shut up." Ant Hong flew into a rage when she heard that. She scolded. Never underestimate the Hu family, much less the immortal fox lineage. Although they don't have a king, they have always dominated the Northeast. The other 5 kings don't dare to act recklessly. Oh, Shi Ting felt wronged. Yi Chen, on the other hand, understood what Ant Hong was implying. Perhaps the fox immortal lineage has an existence that the 5 kings fear. Ant Hong did not explain further. She opened the car door and led them to the villa's entrance. She said respectfully to an old man in the guardhouse, "Uncle Hu, please inform him that Shou Hong wants to meet Elder Hu." "Just you wait." The old man didn't even look at them. After taking a sip of wine, he picked up the phone and said a few words. Not long after, a young man and a young woman walked out. The 2 of them were dressed very fashionably. The leader was a young man in a suit. After he opened the iron door, he sized up the crowd and said in an unwelcoming tone, "Ant Hong, what are you doing here at the Hu residence?" The lady scoffed and said in disdain, "Ant Hong, your mother had sex with an outsider back then. My Hu family has chased her out. What right do you have to come here now?" Shi Ting could not hold it in any more. Shi Ting couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about?" Ant Hong was her only family in this world. She had even raised her. She could not tolerate outsiders insulting Ant Hong. However, Ant Hong pulled her behind her and forced a smile on her face. "It doesn't matter if I'm from the Hu family or not. We're both Chuma disciples of the immortal fox lineage. Please save me, Elder Hu." "In your dreams," the lady scoffed. Just when she was going to say something, an old voice came from behind all of a sudden. "Let them in." "Please," the lady said, unwilling to give up. Ant Hong led Yi Chen and the rest into the Hu residence's villa. Soon, they arrived at the Hu residence's living room. They saw an old man with white hair standing by the window with a walking stick in his hand. Ant Hong walked up and bowed. "Elder Hu." The old man only turned around then. "Jiawen, Jiayu, you guys can leave first. The young man and woman from before walked out after hearing that. The young man and woman from before closed the door and walked out immediately. Sit, the old man said coldly. From the beginning until the end, he had his eyes on Aunt Hong. He did not even look at Yi Chen and the rest. Yi Chen did not mind. He began to take a good look at the retro living room before him after sitting down directly. Not only were the decorations retro, but even the tables and chairs were the same. Most importantly, there was no television or computer in the house. There was only a table leaning against the wall. There was an incense burner and offerings on it. Meanwhile, there was an ancient painting hanging on the wall. There was a lady in white palace attire in the painting. She had beautiful facial features and a refined aura. She was lifelike, as if she was a real person. Yang Tian noticed it too. He nudged Yi Chen and said, "Oldie, the lady in there is so beautiful. She's like a fairy." Yi Chen did not reply. Instead, he took a good look at the lady in the painting. For some reason, he sensed a trace of demonic qi from her. He thought to this point, he secretly released a gush of divine consciousness into the ancient painting. As soon as his divine consciousness came into contact with the ancient painting, the lady in the painting moved her eyes. Shock flashed through her pupils. Yang Tian did not notice that at all. Yi Chen's expression turned slightly serious. Interesting. Old master, who scoffed upon noticing that the duo was acting frivolously toward the ancient painting. His tone was rather cold. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Aunt Hong then told him everything about how Yang Tian broke the old forest rule, offended Zhu Chao, and how Zhu Chao was killed. Old master, who said after a moment of silence, "So, you're asking my family to be the peacemaker and help them resolve Lu Songxing and the mysterious Snake King's rage." Old master, who, "Please help them for my mother's sake." Aunt Hong suddenly knelt onto the ground. Old master, whose body shook slightly. He said after taking a deep breath in, "I'm sorry, I don't." Aunt Hong's face turned pale as despair filled her face. Before she was done speaking, old master, whose expression changed drastically. He looked at the ancient painting on the wall by instinct, seeming rather surprised. Subsequently, he said, "I can agree to that, but I need you to go back to the Hu residence." Aunt Hong was shocked. She thought old master who was going to reject her earlier. Never had she thought that he would agree to it out of nowhere as soon as she said it. Old master who sighed softly upon noticing that she was keeping quiet. "Your mother is my oldest daughter and you're my granddaughter. I had high hopes for her back then. But who would have thought that she'd let herself go? Forget it. It's up to you whether you want to go back to the Hu residence or not." "I'll go back." Aunt Hong nodded after some hesitation. Old master who smiled and said, "Great. Tomorrow night is the day the 4 Chuma clans are having an exchange. You guys will come with me. I'll do my best to settle this for you." Chapter 331. Old master, whose straightforwardness shocked the few of them. He no longer looked grim. He would talk to Shirting, Yi Chen, and Yang Tian every now and then. Yi Chen glanced at the ancient painting on the wall and said while smiling, "Old master who? I wonder who's in this painting." "That's right, old master who. The beauty in the painting is extraordinary. She's the #1 beauty among all the beauties I've ever seen." Yang Tian smiled. Shirting had disdain written all over her face. "Haha, all men are the same." Old master, who looked serious, and said while shaking his head, "That's just a senior of my Hu family. She's long gone." Yang Tian looked regretful. However, Yi Chen secretly smiled. "Your senior has demonic energy? Can your senior's eyeballs still move after she's dead?" However, since old master who was unwilling to tell him, it was inappropriate for him to continue asking. Subsequently, old master, who invited Yi Chen and the rest to stay. Aunt Hong did not reject him, mainly because she was worried that Lu Songxing would come to them at any time. The young man and woman from before were in disbelief about old master, Hu's decision. They hated Yi Chen and the rest even more now. They would tease them every now and then when they met. Yang Tian was so mad that he almost rolled up his sleeves to beat them up. Yi Chen brought him out and bought many things such as ancient books, ancient scholar clothes, and an oil lamp. He even rented the scholar clothes from the production crew. Otherwise, he would not have been able to buy them even if he had the money. Yang Tian could not stop asking him why he bought them. Yi Chen smiled and did not explain. Soon the sky turned dark. After everyone went to bed, Yi Chen dragged Yang Tian to a grape trellis in the courtyard of the Hu residence. The sky seemed rather dark. Yang Tian took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. He said rather speechlessly, "Old Yi, why did you bring me here in the middle of the night?" Yi Chen took out the things that he bought earlier and placed them on the stone table next to him. He lit the oil lamp and passed the ancient scholar clothes to him. "Here, put it on." "Why are you putting it on?" Yang Tian looked dumbstruck. "Don't tell me that you're going to upload a video clip to TikTok? Since when did you start playing TikTok? Damn it, that's poisonous. You can't touch it. Have you read strange stories from a Chinese studio?" Yi Chen asked all of a sudden. Yang Tian nodded. "Yes, why?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Do you know what's the most common plot in strange tales from a Chinese studio?" Yang Tian looked at the ancient book on the stone table, the scholar's attire, and the oil lamp. He slapped his head. A scholar reading late at night? And then a vixen comes to seduce him? Yes. Yi Chen nodded and peeped at the direction of the Hu residence's living room. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. "Let's sing the strange tales from a Chinese studio tonight." "Are you King sick?" Yang Tian widened his eyes, thinking that he had heard wrongly. "You want me to do this in the middle of the night? Besides, who are you singing for? If you want to upload a video clip to TikTok, I might agree to it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Quickly put it on." Yi Chen forced the ancient scholar's clothes on him and said, "Sit down. Pick up the book in front of you and read as much as you can." "Wait." Yang Tian suddenly stopped him. He seemed to have realized something. "Why am I the scholar? Not you? That's not fair." Yi Chen's face turned grim. "I know. You finally admitted that I'm more handsome than you." Yang Tian almost laughed out loud. He changed his words immediately after noticing that Yi Chen's face was turning grim. "I can pretend to be a scholar. Take out your phone and record a video of me. Then upload it to TikTok." In reality, Yi Chen was indeed mediocre in terms of appearance. He could not compare to Yang Tian, who had thick brows, big eyes, and good features. "No problem." Yi Chen agreed to it right away. He then picked up the ancient book and flipped to the first page. His face turned green instantly. "Jinping Mei? Old CKU. Didn't you look at the name when you bought the book?" "I forgot." Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. He really did not notice that. He subsequently said, "Don't worry. Just pretend to be reading and use the poems you learned in high school. I'll stand aside and record the video for you. Be serious." Yi Chen left after saying that. Yang Tian almost spat a mouthful of blood out. However, he picked up the book anyway and began reading under the light of the oil lamp. Cough, cough. The first chapter, Shimin Qing befriended 10 brothers, and Wu Erling treated his own brother and sister-in-law coldly. He realized that the beginning was boring as he read to this point, so he flipped a few pages. He happened to reach the part where Wu Dalong found out about Pan Jinlian and Shimin Qing's adultery and wanted to kill Wu Dalong with poison. "Dalong, it's time to take your medicine." He cleared his throat. Yi Chen sat on a tree less than 100 meters away from him. He performed the breath control tactic on purpose to hide the aura on his body so that he was one with the tree. He said wryly while looking at the Hu residence's living room, "Will you be able to hold it in?" During the day, he noticed the anomaly on the ancient painting. It was then that he discovered the abnormality of the ancient painting. At that time, due to the presence of outsiders, he couldn't pry too much. He wanted to verify the speculation in his heart. That was why he did that. The night was quiet and the wind was quiet. Time passed slowly, but there was still no movement from the Hu residence's living room. Yi Qin could not help but frown. Did I get it wrong? He controlled his divine sense to sweep under the grape tree and saw Yang Tian sitting on a stone bench with his butt in the air. He had a cigarette in his mouth and his legs were crossed. He had one hand on his ankle and the other was reading the plum in the golden vase with great interest. The corner of Yi Chen's lips twitched hard. Is this an ancient scholar? It was no wonder that he did not fall for it. He could not help but speak to Yang Tian through voice transmission. Can you be more serious? Do you want the netizens to laugh at you if you put this video on TikTok? The voice that came out of nowhere shocked Yang Tian. He looked around for a while. He only suppressed his shock when Yi Chen's voice came into his head again. He put on his shoes and stepped on the cigarette, but he coughed and held the book in all seriousness. He mumbled while shaking his head. Moonlight at the window, 2 pairs of shoes on the ground. No, it seems to be frost on the ground. Yi Qin nodded and recalled his divine consciousness. Half an hour passed. There was still no movement from the Hu residence's living room. Yi Qin looked at Yang Tian again and saw him lying on the table. He said in a blur, "Kai Shu Kuan, I'm a little dizzy from the fancy dribble." Yi Qin was speechless. He shook his head and gave up. He leaped off the table and walked over to wake Yang Tian up. They left the grape trellis and returned to their respective rooms to sleep. What he had no idea was, soon after Yi Qin left, Old Master, who returned to the living room. He knelt before the ancient, painting despite his old body. P.S. There's one more chapter to the 4th chapter. I'll update it after dinner. Please recommend it. Monthly votes. Chapter 332. At dusk the next day, 2 cars parked at the entrance of a top-notch private club in Xinchen. The leading car was a red sports car. It was a Pagani Huayra with a market value of close to 30 million yuan. At that moment, many cars and people gathered at the entrance of the club. Countless people were shocked when the Pagani Huayra drove over. They were shocked by the luxury of the car and the identity behind the car. The northeastern Hu family, together with the Huang family, Bai family, Yin family, and Shi family, were known as the 5 wealthy families of the Northeast. The reason was that the 5 families were supported by immortals. Meanwhile, not many people paid attention to the Honda behind the Pagani. As the Pagani's car door opened, an old man with white hair and a walking stick walked out. Meanwhile, there were a young man and a young woman behind the old man. Countless people looked serious. "Greetings, old master. Who?" Meanwhile, Yi Qin, Yang Tian, Aunt Hong, and the rest got out of the Honda behind the Pagani. "Let's go." Old master, who nodded expressionlessly. He led Yi Qin and the rest into the top-notch private club directly. As soon as they entered, another Ferrari drove over. Another Ferrari drove over. An old man with a goatee in traditional attire got out of the car. 2 men and a lady got out of the car behind the old man. They were Dai Wei, Di Jing, and Old Shin. Di Jing took 2 steps forward and held the old man with the goatee gently. She said softly, "Slow down, master." Sorcerer Jiangzi placed his hand on her waist unintentionally. He said while laughing, "With a great disciple like you holding me, I won't fall." Helplessness and disgust flashed through Di Jing's eyes. She thought she could not help Dai Wei after leaving Zhu Chao's house. Never had she thought that she would bump into Sorcerer Jiangzi on the way. Sorcerer Jiangzi said that he was a Chuma disciple with a powerful immortal family behind him. He was forcing her to be his disciple. Di Jing was unwilling at first. However, she could only agree to it after Sorcerer Jiangzi performed a spell in front of everyone that sounded like a threat. Dai Wei, who was behind him, saw Sorcerer Jiangzi's naughty hands. Instead, he smiled and followed him. "Sorcerer Jiangzi, are you sure the people from the Huang family will be here today?" The immortal behind the Huang family was a weasel. He knew that he had been targeted by the yellow-skinned man and that Zhu Chao was trying to extort him. Now, the great deity Gongyang in front of him was his only hope. So how could he not be careful, even if he had to watch Dijing being taken advantage of with his own eyes? He was also indifferent. Don't worry. Tonight is the gathering of all the top Chuma disciples in the Northeast. As one of the 5 big families, the Huang family will definitely come. The great deity Gongyang waved his hand and solemnly vowed, if I meet anyone from the Huang clan, I will definitely plead for you and resolve the grudge between you and Huang Pizi. Thank you, great immortal. I will remember this in my heart. Dai Wei was ecstatic. Old Shin, who was standing aside, looked worried. Dai Wei said while smiling as if he guessed what he was thinking. Old Shin, are you still thinking about Yi? Don't even think about it. There's no way he's still alive after falling into great deity Zhu's hands. At this point, he sneered in his heart. Then he followed Sorcerer Ram into the clubhouse. Yi Chun followed Old Master, who and walked straight to the 8th floor of the clubhouse. A hall that was over 300 square meters came into his sight. It was well equipped and luxuriously decorated. Many people had gathered at the moment. Demonic chi surged into the sky. Yi Chen secretly frowned. Had he come to a demon's lair? Aunt Hong suddenly stopped and said with a serious expression, Those who can come here aren't ordinary people. Don't run around and don't talk nonsense later. Yes, Aunt. Shirting stuck her tongue out. Yang Tian and Yi Chen nodded too. Old Master, who left the people behind and walked to a luxurious private room to catch up with many people. Aunt Hong was bored while leading Yi Chen and Yang Tian, so they found a random place to sit down. Aunt Hong, you're not dead yet. At that moment, a middle-aged lady in revealing attire walked over with a glass of wine in her hand. She had a sexy body, especially the towering peaks on her chest. There were 2 middle-aged men following behind her. Yang Tian's eyes went wide. Aunt Hong stood up and said coldly, Lady May, you're not dead yet. How can I bear to leave you? You. Lady May's expression turned cold. A perverted middle-aged man stood up to mediate the situation. All right, Aunt Hong, Lady May, you guys are really enemies. You guys are fighting as soon as you see each other. That's right. Today is the day of the gathering. Happiness is the main theme. Let's put aside the unhappy things and past grudges for now. The other man with a pair of yellow brows laughed. Lady May then scoffed and looked at Yi Chen and the rest who were standing aside. A seductive smile appeared on her face when she saw Yang Tian staring at her without blinking. She then sat on Yang Tian's thigh and stretched an arm to wrap around his neck. She said in a sweet voice, I've never seen you before. I wonder what's your name? She pressed her breasts against Yang Tian's chest as she spoke. Although Yang Tian was no longer a virgin, he could not help but blush. He was a little restless and could not help but breathe heavily. You dare to use seduction techniques in front of me? A ferocious gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes as he glanced at her. Just when he was going to attack, Aunt Hong, who was next to him, shouted, Lady May, he's my man. I advise you not to touch him. Lady May chuckled and simply left Yang Tian's body. She sneered. Aunt Hong, you're so ugly. Do you think you can feed this young man? You don't have to worry. Aunt Hong retorted. The 4 of them sat at the table next to Yi Chen and the rest. Meanwhile, Yang Tian snapped back to his senses from her charm. He could not help but look at Yi Chen and Shi Ting in confusion. W, what happened to me? You almost lost your soul to the snake spirit. Shi Ting snorted. Is there a grudge between her and Aunt Hong? Yi Chen asked. It's not just a grudge, it's a life and death enemy. Shi Ting said indignantly, This prostitute is called Mei Yang. She's from the lineage of Willow Immortal. She used to live on the same street as my aunt. Both of them were Chuma disciples, and they competed with each other. After she lost to Aunt Hong, she left with a grudge. I can't tell from such a beautiful woman, Yang Tian said subconsciously. Beautiful. Shi Ting chuckled. If you knew that there were no less than 100 men who died on her bed, you wouldn't think that way. These people were all squeezed dry by her and then eaten by the immortals behind her. Yang Tian's face turned pale upon hearing that. Yi Chen shook his head and savored the wine on the table slowly. A while later, Yang Tian said that he needed to go to the bathroom and asked Yi Chen to go with him. Yi Chen could only agree. When the duo was washing their hands in the bathroom, an extremely surprised voice came from behind them all of a sudden. "And Mr. Yi?" Yi Chen turned his head to look. He saw Old Shin standing behind him with Dai Wei and Di Jing. They were looking at him in shock. Meanwhile, there was an old man with a goatee next to them. "It's really you, Mr. Yi. It's great that you're all right," Old Shin said in excitement and guilt. Yi Chen nodded lightly at Old Shin. Dai Wei said in disbelief, "You're not dead." He thought Yi Chen would definitely die after offending Zhu Chao. Never had he thought that he would bump into him here. How could he not be shocked? Apart from him, even Di Jing was shocked. She could not help but ask, "Why are you here?" Her expression changed slightly as she spoke to this point. She was rather surprised. "Did you sneak in? This isn't a place where you can stay. I advise you to leave now." "There's no need for that," Yi Chen said expressionlessly and walked out of the bathroom with Yang Tian. Di Jing frowned upon seeing his attitude. "Di Jing, why are you wasting your breath on him? This brat doesn't know what's good for him. He'll only regret it when something really happens to him." Dai Wei scoffed. To him, the reason why Yi Chen was fine was probably because he had the support of that woman named Aunt Hong. "My dear disciple, who is that brat?" Next to her, Sorcerer Gong Yang hugged Di Jing's waist again and said in disdain, "Do you want me to teach him a lesson for you?" "Sorcerer Gong Yang, that brat is just an ordinary person. I'm guessing that the reason why he sneaked in must be related to Aunt Hong. That's why he doesn't care about us," Dai Wei said in a testing manner. "Aunt Hong?" Sorcerer Gong Yang smiled in disdain. "She's just an insignificant Chuma disciple. What right does she have to look down on me? Watch how I'll avenge you guys later." Di Jing wanted to stop Yi Chen. However, she said nothing eventually. Yi Chen's attitude pissed her off. "Forget it. You'll only know how powerful I am after you suffer." Chapter 333. Yi Chen was surprised. "Why?" Aunt Hong said with fear written all over her face. "That's because not only is Shin Sangxing a Chuma disciple, but he's also one of the shaman's elders. He knows witchcraft, and someone once saw him kill a so-called martial Dao master in the outside world, an illuminating god expert with just a finger. Dream follower." "Come!" Yi Chen came to a realization upon hearing that. Naturally, his ability was not to be underestimated, since he could kill a martial Dao master and an illuminating god expert with a single finger. It was no wonder that Aunt Hong, Shi Ting, and the rest were afraid of him. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. So what if that was the case? He had killed more than one martial Dao master. He had killed an illuminating god too. Aunt Hong sighed and said, after noticing that he did not care at all, "Let's go. Follow me to the Hu residence. Oldie, let's go take a look." It's Aunt Hong's kind intention. Yang Tian could not help but persuade him. To him, Yi Chen would not be able to handle 5 1,000-year-old demons, no matter how good he was at fighting. Yi Chen could not argue with him, so he could only agree to it. At that moment, the insurance company had driven the car over. Aunt Hong got Shi Ting to drive after calling them over. Over an hour later, the car arrived at a villa. Aunt Hong looked at the villa and reminded them, "Don't talk nonsense when we get in. Don't argue no matter what they say. Aunt Hong, who lives in this villa, why are you so afraid of them?" Yang Tian asked curiously. Shi Ting rolled her eyes at him. "Don't you know about the Northeastern Hu family?" Yang Tian shook his head to indicate that he had no idea. Aunt Hong introduced. The Hu family is one of the most famous Chuma immortal families in the Northeast. They believe in the immortal fox. It's said that one of the immortal fox lineages passed the heavenly tribulation hundreds of years ago. When she was about to be listed as an immortal, she died and was reincarnated as a human. The Hu family in front of us is her descendant. Being listed as an immortal? That was almost every Chuma immortal's goal. Therefore, they could not stop accumulating merit. Yang Tian secretly smiled. He thought it was just a legend. Aunt, why isn't the immortal fox among the 5 kings? Shirting mumbled as she recalled something. The immortal fox isn't among the 5 kings. Aunt, you can still beg the Hu family. What if they don't give you face? Shut up. Aunt Hong flew into a rage when she heard that. She scolded. Never underestimate the Hu family, much less the immortal fox lineage. Although they don't have a king, they have always dominated the Northeast. The other 5 kings don't dare to act recklessly. Oh, Shirting felt wronged. Yi Chen, on the other hand, understood what Aunt Hong was implying. Perhaps the fox immortal lineage has an existence that the 5 kings fear. Aunt Hong did not explain further. She opened the car door and led them to the villa's entrance. She said respectfully to an old man in the guardhouse, Uncle Hu, please inform him that Zhou Hong wants to meet Elder Hu. Just you wait. The old man didn't even look at them. After taking a sip of wine, he picked up the phone and said a few words. Not long after, a young man and a young woman walked out. The 2 of them were dressed very fashionably. The leader was a young man in a suit. After he opened the iron door, he sized up the crowd and said in an unwelcoming tone, Aunt Hong, what are you doing here at the Hu residence? The lady scoffed and said in disdain, Aunt Hong, your mother had sex with an outsider back then. My Hu family has chased her out. What right do you have to come here now? Shirting could not hold it in any more. Shirting couldn't help but ask, What are you talking about? Aunt Hong was her only family in this world. She had even raised her. She could not tolerate outsiders insulting Aunt Hong. However, Aunt Hong pulled her behind her and forced a smile on her face. It doesn't matter if I'm from the Hu family or not. We're both Chuma disciples of the immortal fox lineage. Please save me, Elder Hu. In your dreams, the lady scoffed. Just when she was going to say something, an old voice came from behind all of a sudden. Let them in. Please, the lady said, unwilling to give up. Aunt Hong led Yi Chen and the rest into the Hu residence's villa. Soon, they arrived at the Hu residence's living room. They saw an old man with white hair standing by the window with a walking stick in his hand. Aunt Hong walked up and bowed. Elder Hu. The old man only turned around then. Jiawen, Jiayu, you guys go out first. Hearing this, the young man and woman immediately closed the door and walked out. Sit. From the beginning until the end, he had his eyes on Aunt Hong. He did not look at Yi Chen and the rest at all. You're right, the old man said coldly. Yi Chen did not mind. He sat down and began to look around the retro living room. Not only were the decorations retro, but even the tables and chairs were the same. Most importantly, there was no television or computer in the room. There was only one table leaning against the wall. There was an incense burner and offerings on it. There was also an ancient painting hanging on the wall. In the painting was a woman dressed in a palace robe. Her facial features were extremely beautiful, and her temperament was refined. She was vivid and lifelike, as if she was a real person. Yang Tian noticed it too. He poked Yi Chen and said, Oldie, that lady up there is so beautiful. She's like a fairy. Yi Chen did not reply. Instead, he took a good look at the lady in the painting. For some reason, he sensed a trace of demonic energy from her. Thinking of this, he secretly released a gush of divine consciousness to attack the ancient painting. As soon as his divine consciousness came into contact with the painting, the eyes of the person in the painting moved. Shock flashed through her pupils. Yang Tian did not notice that at all. Yi Chen's expression turned slightly serious. Interesting. Old master, who scoffed upon noticing that the duo was acting frivolously toward the ancient painting. His tone was rather cold. Tell me, why are you here? Aunt Hong then told him everything about how Yang Tian broke the old forest rule, offended Zhu Chao, and killed him. Old master, who said after a moment of silence, "So you're asking my family to be the peacemaker and help them resolve Lu Songxing and the mysterious Snake King's anger?" Old master, who, "Please help them for my mother's sake." Aunt Hong suddenly knelt onto the ground. Old master, whose body shook slightly, he said after taking a deep breath in, "I'm sorry, I don't." Aunt Hong's face turned pale as despair filled her face. Before she was done speaking, old master, whose expression changed drastically, he looked at the ancient painting on the wall by instinct, seeming rather surprised. Subsequently he said, "I can agree to that, but I need you to go back to the Hu residence." Aunt Hong was shocked. She thought old master who was going to reject her earlier. Never had she thought that he would agree to it out of nowhere as soon as the words reached his mouth. Old master who sighed softly upon noticing that she was keeping quiet. "Your mother is my oldest daughter, and you're my granddaughter. I had high hopes for her back then. But who would have thought that she'd let herself go? Forget it. It's up to you whether you want to go back to the Hu residence or not." "I'll go back." Aunt Hong nodded after some hesitation. Old master who smiled and said, "Great. Tomorrow night is the day the 4 Chuma clans are having an exchange. You guys will come with me. I'll do my best to settle this for you." Chapter 334. As soon as he said that, the entire hall fell into silence. Disbelief flashed through everyone's eyes. Was this brat out of his mind? Even they had to be polite to Sorcerer Gongyang. However, this brat was so arrogant. Di Jing was stunned at first, then she shook her head. "Oh no, even I can't save you now." Dai Wei's expression was blank. He thought he heard it wrong. Subsequently, he was over the moon. The more Yi Chen courted death, the happier he was. What an arrogant brat! Sorcerer Gongyang's face was as cold as frost. "Do you know that even the people from the 5 clans dare not be so rude to me? Since that's the case, I'll show you how powerful I am." As soon as he was done speaking, a wisp of black energy appeared in his hand. The black energy caused the temperature in the entire hall to drop. Many people secretly shuddered, especially Dai Wei and Di Jing, who stood closest to him. Fear filled their eyes. "Sorcerer Gongyang, wait." At that moment, Aunt Hong, who was standing aside, walked over all of a sudden. She stood in front of Yi Chen and said while smiling, "Sorcerer Gongyang, Yi Chen doesn't know the rules and offended you. I hope that you'll forgive him for my sake." "For your sake?" Sorcerer Gongyang chuckled. "Aunt Hong, don't you think your reputation is too valuable? To put it bluntly, you're nothing to me." Aunt Hong's face turned pale. Dai Wei could no longer hide the pride on his face. "Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, weren't you arrogant earlier? This is the price of arrogance." Di Jing snickered. "Did you see that? I told you to apologize to Sorcerer Gongyang earlier, but you didn't listen to me. Now, Sorcerer Gongyang doesn't even respect Aunt Hong, who you rely on." Sorcerer Gongyang said again, "I'll give you a chance. Step aside now, or I won't mind killing you too." If he had listened to what Dai Wei said earlier and wanted to teach Yi Chen a lesson, he was determined to kill Yi Chen now. There was no other reason. All because Yi Chen had humiliated him. Yi Chen smiled in disdain. He got up to look at Sorcerer Gongyang. Just when he was going to speak, a cold voice came from the private room next door. "Gongyang Fu, who are you trying to kill?" Everyone subconsciously looked over. Mr. who slowly walked out of the private room. He walked very slowly with the help of a cane, but everyone shouted from the bottom of their hearts, "Greetings, Mr. Hu!" Elder who came out. Shi Ting and Aunt Hong were delighted. On the other hand, Yi Chen sighed softly, feeling rather disappointed. The expression on the face of great deity Ram was suddenly replaced by a smile. "Hulai, when did you come?" Although the Hu clan, one of the 5 great clans, did not have a king-level immortal, Great Immortal did not dare to underestimate them, because he knew a secret about the Hu clan. It was this secret that allowed the Hu clan to be as stable as Mount Tai. "This old man has always been here," Mr. Hu said expressionlessly and looked at him. "Who did you say you wanted to kill just now?" "Old man Hu, this brat offended me. I must teach him a lesson." Sorcerer Ram extended his arm and pointed at Yi Chin. Elder Hu said, "You want to kill my honored guest." As soon as he said that, the audience was in an uproar. Dai Wei and Di Jing were dumbfounded. Dai Wei's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. This kid was actually a guest of the Hu clan? How was this possible? One had to know that the Hu family was one of the top 5 families in the Northeast. "What, Elder Hu, this brat is your esteemed guest?" Great deity Gongyang was shocked. "Not bad," Elder Hu said indifferently. "Misty, they are all honored guests of my Hu family. Do you still want to kill them now?" Misunderstanding. In the face of his domineering attitude, a trace of anger flashed in the eyes of great deity Gongyang, but his face was still full of smiles. As he spoke to this point, he even extended his hand to Yi Chin and said sincerely, "Mr. Yi, since you're old master Hu's guest, we won't get to know each other until we fight." In his opinion, it was a great honor for her to take the initiative to express her intention to reconcile with Yi Chin. It was enough to make Yi Chin extremely excited. However, Yi Chin remained still. It was as if she did not see his outstretched hand. Everyone was speechless. Too arrogant. This kind of behavior was not ordinary arrogance. However, the killing intent within him was growing. If looks could kill, Yi Chin would have died countless times over. "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's continue eating and drinking." Old Master Hu sat down next to Yi Chin after saying that. Great deity Gong's son led Dai Wei and the rest to sit on the other side. He slapped Dai Wei's face as soon as he sat down. "Idiot, didn't you say that Brad is just an ordinary person? How does he know the Hu family and old Master Hu?" "I've no idea." Dai Wei covered his burning face, feeling like crying, but no tears would come out. "Get lost." Great deity Gongyang kicked him out with a ferocious expression. "Hu family, I can't do anything to you. However, someone isn't afraid of offending you." He walked aside and took out his phone to make a call as he thought to this point. "Great deity Yin, may I know when you'll arrive?" Di Jing took a good look at where Yi Chin and the rest were, but she could not calm herself down. "No wonder you're so confident. So, you're relying on the Hu family." At Yi Chin and the rest's table, old Master Hu glanced at Yi Chin after sitting down and said rather unhappily, "Didn't you cross the line earlier?" "Did I?" Yi Chin said with a smile. "Don't you know that Gongyang Fu isn't someone to be trifled with? There aren't many people in the entire Northeast who can suppress him. Furthermore, he's a vengeful person. I can help you now, but I can help you forever." His attitude made old Hu even more dissatisfied. He really didn't know why that lord would take a fancy to this kid. Yi Chin chuckled softly. "If you hadn't come out earlier, I would have killed this person like killing a chicken." Hearing this, Elder Hu snorted. Sher Ting sneered and said, "Keep bragging. If Mr. Hu hadn't appeared in time, you might have died now." Aunt Hong shook her head slightly. At this moment, Dai Wei walked over with a glass of wine. Dai Wei walked to Yi Chin as the few of them glared at him with a smile on his face. "Yi Chin, I can't believe that you have such a powerful background. I can't believe that you didn't tell us about it along the way. You've hidden it well. Come. Cheers to you." He was filled with regret. If he had known that Yi Chin knew the Hu family, he would not have offended him. After all, the Hu family was one of the 5 major families. He believed that the grudge between him and the yellow-skinned man would be written off with Old Who's help. That was the reason why he had shamelessly come over to talk to Yi Chin. As soon as he was done speaking, Yang Tian cursed directly. F***ck off. You two-faced B*****starred. I'm sick of seeing you. Shi Ting was filled with disdain. It was her first time seeing such a shameless person. No matter how shameless Dai Wei was, he looked rather upset after being scolded by Yang Tian. Yi Chin, is this how you discipline your underling? Since that's the case, there's nothing more to talk about between us. Let's wait and see. After saying that, he left directly. He left right away. This man is such a talent. He was so arrogant with Sorcerer Gong Yangfu's support earlier. Now that Mr. Who is here, he's shameless enough to admit defeat, Shi Ting said in disdain. At that moment, an exclamation came from outside. Sorcerer Ian is here. P.S. Chapter 2. There are 3 more chapters to go.